Test. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Welcome back to the USPBL Network. My name is Kara Wolfbauer here, Jake Riedma on the call tonight. We have a great Saturday doubleheader between the Westside Woolly Mammoths and the Utica Unicorns. Are you ready for today's matchup today, Jake?
Oh my gosh, Kara, I hope the guys brought their sunscreen because it is a beautiful day. The sun is shining, and what else could you ask for than a little USPBL baseball right here at Jimmy John's Field? The weather's going to be great. I'm excited. It's my debut tonight, and you got a birthday tomorrow. I mean, my goodness, things are just moving in the right direction.
Yes, excited to see some sun out here tonight. We've had a little bit of a rainy season here at USPBL in our 2023 year. Now, before this year, we only ever had one game get canceled prior to game time. It's happened twice now this year, so 3 in the history of the league. Not really what we want to see so far this year, but we've still had some great baseball come out on the other side of it.
It just means we're due. We're due for really nice weather, and so far so good. Fingers crossed that's delivered here this afternoon.
Exactly. Rainy day yesterday, coming off of a Thursday sudden death win from the Unicorns. Interesting game. Now, they got on in the bottom of the 7th, needed one more run to tie the Hoppers. We got a walk, a hit by pitch, walk, and then a wild pitch to score them home, and they won in sudden death.
Hey, by any means necessary. Doesn't always have to be pretty. You know, it doesn't always look like home runs and extra base hits. Sometimes you just got to manufacture runs, and that's exactly what we saw.
Yes, and that's what we've talked about so far this year, even going off of our Hoppers team. Getting guys on base, not always executing, getting them home and manufacturing a run, like you had mentioned.
Absolutely. I mean, at the end of the day, it's all about plating those runs, clutch hitting, and what an opportunity again here this afternoon for a couple of great teams to continue to get the ball moving in the right direction.
And we've got some great guys on the mound here for you tonight. Garrett Martin's been the guy to watch for the Westside Woolly Mammoths. Has 20 strikeouts on the year, been doing fantastic. Player of the game twice now. We have Andrew Huffman on the mound for the Unicorns. 2.70 ERA, only 10 innings pitched, but again, 20 strikeouts. It looks like we might have a pitcher's duel here tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when guys get on the rubber, they start getting in their zone, they get comfortable, get into a rhythm. It'll be interesting to see if both guys are able to establish the strike zone here this evening and really be in command of the entire game.
Yes, and I talked to Garrett Martin a couple weeks ago, and he talked about how he has a forkball. We don't see that too often. It's something hitters aren't really used to, but we have great hitters in the league like Burl Dixon, came out of affiliate ball, and honestly, it's been really awesome to watch him this year. Man is a walking highlight reel. Fantastic player in the outfield and up to bat.
No doubt about it. California native, but he's felt right at home here in Michigan. And talked to him a little bit before we went on the air today. Just feeling comfortable, and that's really what it's about at the plate. You know, you feel comfortable. The ball looks this big. He's finding it in his happy zone and really just able to do damage in a multitude of ways. And you look up and down every offensive statistic, you're going to see Dixon's name at the top of the list.
Yes, Burl Dixon at the top of the list for the USPBL this year, batting .400 on the season, been staying very consistent, hasn't even wavered, had a couple strikeouts, obviously, natural to happen, but 16 walks on the year, just blowing past everyone else in the league. 16 walks, the rest, I think the closest is 9, 8 so far in the year, so very smart up to bat. I think coming out of affiliate ball, it really gives him that different look in professional ball, and he can help these new guys too who are making their professional debuts.
Yeah, just like we mentioned with pitchers, the same thing as a hitter, finding the groove, being in a rhythm, and again, being comfortable. And for Burl Dixon, he's really been able to do that at a consistent level, which is really impressive.
Yes, and last Monday, we had a college showcase here at Jimmy John's Field where guys from all over the country and other countries as well, Puerto Rico, Dominican Republic, came out and tried out for the USPBL. So now we've got some new guys out here. We have Ryan Major, Colby Seltzer, some great guys we can see out here, but we had to say goodbye to one of our favorites. Francis Florentino got signed to the Minnesota Twins organization, but really happy to see him go because it means it's only going up here from him.
Yeah, and that's what it's all about, right? It's sometimes goodbyes are very difficult, but in this case, for Francis Florentino, so neat to see him be signed, become one of those USPBL players that has gone on to play in the major leagues, which is really what the developmental league is all about, and just continuing to see the proof of the product, right? And that's really neat for Francis Florentino, and we wish him all the best, absolutely. And just one more to the list that we'll be excited to follow as they pursue a major league career.
Exactly. And Francis Florentino, only the second guy since 2017 to be a position player signed to the major leagues. We signed all pitchers this end. We've been a very pitcher-dominated league so far, but really excited to see him move on to the next level. Some of these kids and fans are going to miss him. We heard about him all the time throughout the stands as I'm walking through doing my segments. Kara, do you know Francis Florentino? Yes, I do, and they all want to get to know him. Unfortunately, didn't really speak much English, but his wife was always there to interpret for him, translate for him, so the kids got to know him as well.
He spoke baseball, though, right? He knows baseball, and obviously he's well on his way, and excited to see what he'll accomplish in the future.
Yes, well, you guys always get to know these guys in a baseball manner, but today on our Saturday doubleheader, between games, you'll get to know Priyama Lazada from the Westside Woolly Mammoths and Patrick Baggett from the Utica Unicorns. We'll have that for you guys sometime in the middle between this doubleheader today, but for now, that is all we have for the pregame show, and we'll be back for lineups upstairs.
And a very good afternoon from Jimmy John's Field. So glad to have you along for tonight's doubleheader featuring the Utica Unicorns and the Westside Woolly Mammoths. Jake Rietma from high atop Jimmy John's Field, and you couldn't ask for any better weather. Beautiful sunny skies, game time temperature right around 83 degrees. And it's Euchre night. You'll notice those really exciting looking uniforms, all kinds of colors and shapes, and absolutely Euchre themed throughout the ballpark here this afternoon. Jimmy John's Field, the site of the USPBL Professional Baseball League. And let's go ahead and meet our sponsors for tonight that help make tonight's game possible here at Jimmy John's Field. First and foremost, Ascension, proud to be a sponsor of tonight's game. Belfour Property Restoration, Budweiser, and of course, Dave and Buster's. DTE, also a proud sponsor of tonight's game. Fifth Third Bank. And Jarb.com, audio, video, and TV solutions. And of course, Jimmy John Sandwiches. Macomb Community College. McLaren of Macomb. And McQuaid Heating and Cooling, Plumbing, and Refrigeration. Our Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. Pepsi. And Scott's. United Wholesale Mortgage. And let's meet this afternoon's starter on the mound for the Utica Unicorns, Andrew Huffman. He's going to be working with a four-seam fastball tonight, as well as a curveball. And the New York native gets things started with a pitch over the plate for ball one. 1-0 also misses, and it's 2-0 to Alec Garbachik, the third baseman, leading things off for the Westside Woolly Mammoths, who enter 7-8 on the season tonight. and struggling to find the zone, quickly 3-0. Garbachik, young in his USBPL career, just 4 games on the season as he looks at strike one. Working from the stretch. 3-1 misses, and Garbachik is aboard with a walk. Always good to get the leadoff guy on. And for the Westside Woolly Mammoths, a runner on with nobody out for Colby Seltzer. Shortstop enters tonight for the Woolly Mammoths. First pitch of the offering on the outside corner for strike one. We mentioned in the pregame opening, beautiful weather on tap for this evening's doubleheader. And quickly it's 0-2 as Huffman pounds the zone after allowing the leadoff walk. Working with his battery mate Gomez behind the dish. The 0-2. Swung on and missed. First K of the afternoon for Huffman as Seltzer goes down swinging, one away. Burl Dixon steps to the plate, as we talked about in the pregame open. This guy is a human highlight reel. If you look up and down the offensive statistical categories, you'll see his name at the top of the list, batting a whopping .400, entering play this evening. He's got a man on at first, Garbachik. Was a modest lead at first. Righty on lefty matchup inside. And Burrow is ahead 1-0. Crowd continuing to filter in here at Jimmy John's Field. Enjoying the friendly confines right off of M59 in historic downtown Utica. As the 1-0 also misses. And all of a sudden, Huffman back to struggling to find the zone. He looked sharp in that last at-bat against Colby Seltzer, earning his first strikeout of the evening and his 21st on the season. 2-0 finds enough of the plate for strike one. From the stretch, swung on and miss, run it even at 2. Westside Woolly Mammoths, managed by Taylor Jellikowski, or Jelly as he's better known around the friendly confines of Jimmy John's Field. Jellikowski played in the USPBL in 2017. He's also the home run champion of the league that year, despite only playing half the season before he was signed by the Minnesota Twins. On the ground, in the hole, that's going to be a single for Burl. And the throw in, but not before Garbachik goes all the way to third. And look at now, 2 men aboard for the Mammoths here in the top of the first after the Burl-Dixon single. And trouble to work around early for Huffman. Runners at the corners with just the 1 out. The Woolly Mammoths threatening early here on Euchre night. And already Dixon's going to take off for second. The throw airmailed into center, and that'll allow Garbachik to score easily, move Dixon up to third. And just like that, The Woolly Mammoths strike first and lead it 1-0 after the throwing error on the pitcher, Huffman. And the speed of Dixon causing that throwing error, and really like kind of the lack of attention to detail defensively by the Unicorns as a whole. Brings up Ward Hacklin and an RBI opportunity with Dixon at third after swiping 2 bases on the throwing error. This one's on the ground softly. Dixon will score. Play made by Norgren over to Gooden for out number 2, but credit Hacklin with the RBI and the ground out 4-3, and it's 2-0 Westside Woolly Mammoths. So that's what pressure on the bases will do to the opposition. After Dixon's single, he aggressively swiped second. The throwing error moved him up to third, and it allowed Garbacich to score. Brings up Fox Liam. Bases empty with 2 away. Working quickly, Huffman is ahead 0-2. Just the second game of the season for Fox Liam as he fouls this one straight back. Still looking for his first hit in the USPBL after, again, just the 1 game and 4 plate appearances. It's behind early, 0-2. Open stance from the left-hand side. That one misses inside. .315 down the left field line, .320 down the right field line, .395 to straightaway center field. And the flagpole located just beyond the batter's eye in center field with the American flag waving ever so gently with a modest breeze. The 1-2 misses upstairs, run it even at 2. The Woolly Mammoths sporting the orange uniforms this evening. And a check swing gets Pete's fit. Keep the count even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Just received word that these uniforms being sported by the Westside Woolly Mammoths are their Flintstone uniforms. You'll love to see it. The 2-2 misses downstairs, so let's run it full. Full count, bases empty, 2 away in the top half of the first. Westside already striking for 2 runs in the frame. Open stance from the left side. Huffman sets and delivers in the air and deep. Forget about it. Way back and gone. It's a solo shot. The first of the season. Touch 'em all. Fox Liam. 3-0 Westside Woolly Mammoths. I mean, you talk about a no doubt about her in right field. Major just turned and watched it sail well beyond the fence in right field. And that young man, Fox Liam, has just gone yard for a first time as a member of the Westside Woolly Mammoths, and his teammates are loving it. So 3-0 Westside after the home run. And that brings up Duncan Hewitt, who swings and misses at the first pitch. 0-1 misses upstairs, and it's even at 1. Two one also misses. And the Westside Woolly Mammoths brought the bats so far here this afternoon, already 3-0. 2-1 also misses, and it's a favorable count for Duncan Hewitt. Swung on and miss, and let's have a full count. Hewitt, the designated hitter, enters play this afternoon, hitting .214 in 14 games, 48 at-bats. 11 hits on the season. Righty on righty matchup. The full count offering, swung on and miss. He gets the second strikeout, and Huffman retires the side. But not before the damage is done. How about a crooked number for the Westside Woolly Mammoths? 3-0 after the top half of the first. More baseball from Jimmy John's Field coming up next. Home half of the first inning. Utica coming to bat.
Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com.
You hear about the promo that Jimmy's John's got going on? 5 off 20? How they pulling it off? Magic? You got David's Copperfields in there? Show yourself, Copperfields!
Jimmy John's. $5 off orders of 20 or more.
They call me Prospects. Since the day I was born as a diver's watch, the challengers of the world have taught me many things. Life is not a numbers game. It's about challenging ourselves. No matter what happens, just follow your heart. These pioneers drive our generation forward. Not by setting records, but by never giving up. Keep going forward. Prospects.
Available at Lucido Fine Jewelry.
What are the odds that we're neighbors, where you've known each other our whole lives, and both tear the exact same things in this exact same knee?
So an ACL tear is an injury to the main stabilizing structure of the knee.
You want a good team around you, because then you know that what you're doing is going to help you in the long run.
My message to everyone who's helped me, thank you so much, because you guys helped me progress so much.
Also hearing it from a friend that's went through the exact same thing, I think sort of helps that know that there's a bright side at the end.
Jake Riepma back with you from high top Jimmy John's Field. Good to be with you on this Saturday afternoon, and what a beautiful night for baseball as the Westside Woolly Mammoths already leading 3-0. Go to work in the field, and the Utica Unicorns come to bat on the mound for the Westside Woolly Mammoths. It's Garrett Martin. Garrett Martin hailing from Colorado, making another start for the Mammoths. Already on the mound for his sixth start of the season. 24 innings pitched, 20 strikeouts. He's got a record of 2-1 and a 4.5 ERA, and he wants to work quickly here this afternoon. The appeal down to third base did not go. And so it's 1-2 for the leadoff batter, Lucas Gooden. And that's a punch out, gets him looking on the outside corner. And quickly there's one away here in the home half of the first inning. So Gooden down on strikes by way of the backwards K if you're keeping score at home. It brings up Patrick Baggett. The shortstop will bat from the left-hand side of the plate. As Martin goes back to work, quickly ahead, 0-1, and had a chance to talk with Garrett Martin pregame, and he said he's at his best when he's attacking the zone in a rhythm, and already the youngster looks to be in a nice rhythm as that one misses, and it's 1-1. He'll work with the four-seam fastball, curveball, as that's in the air deep to center field, but right there is Dixon for the easy catch, and out number 2 on the flyout. Sounded good off the bat, but Dixon said not so fast and had it played perfectly for the second out. Down goes Baggett by way of the flyout. Brings up Ryan Major, the right fielder, with the bases empty and 2 away. Martin's fastball misses, and it's 1-0. That one's fouled back. Run the count even at 1. Major also relatively new to the USPBL, making his second appearance for the Utica Unicorns, and there's a bender in there for a called strike. That's that curveball that Garrett Martin's working with. Martin said he loves working with Beetle behind the dish. So far, so good, as that one's fouled off, and the count remains 1-2. Martin played 3 years at Marion and spent some time in the Northwoods League in Battle Creek. Outside corner, strike 3, and Martin mows him down in order with 2 Ks to boot, and it's a 1-2-3 inning to conclude the first inning. All Westside Woolly Mammoths so far as we head to the second in a 3-0 game here at Jimmy John's Field.
You dreamed of starting a company, not an HR department, but your business has grown fast.
Oh, yes.
So have the complexities of payroll and taxes, benefits administration, and other HR functions. That's why your business needs a professional employer organization like Tryon Solutions. Tryon provides businesses of all sizes access
Sorry,
to
I don't want to be like a high maintenance guy. Just like I couldn't talk with the
don't have to
echo.
grow it alone. Visit
Yeah,
Tryon.com.
First State Bank is a locally owned and operated business. We're part of your community. At fsbcares.com, you'll find ways that we're making a difference by featuring locally owned and operated businesses, providing access to helpful financial resources, and engaging with community. FSBcares.com is part of our commitment to the neighborhood because strong neighbors mean stronger communities. Where good neighbors do great. Member FDIC and Equal Housing Lender.
You hear about the...
One inning in the books, and let me tell you, if you're a Westside Woolly Mammoth fan, you could dial up a better start. 3 runs in the top of the first inning, and then Garrett Martin went to work in a 1-2-3 home half of the first inning. And Westside leads it 3-0. Jake Rietma, glad to have you along from Jimmy John's Field in the first of 2 on Euchre night here at the beautiful confines of Jimmy John's Field. Huffman goes back to work for the Utica Unicorns and gets ahead early, 0-1 on the batter, Priamo Lozado. Lozado playing first base, as the Woolly Mammoths sent 6 batters to the plate in that top half of the first inning. And if you're Andrew Huffman, you just got to bounce back. First inning didn't go the way you envisioned it, but plenty of time to settle in. Still put together a quality start as that one's fouled off into the pavilion area down the right field line. Huffman working from the first base side of the rubber. High fastball gets the swing and miss, and Lozado is down on strikes for out number 1. It's the second strikeout of the game for Huffman, and there's one away. Zach Beadle will bat next for the Woolly Mammoths. The catcher hitting a .143 in 28 at-bats on the season. Trying to get the offense going. Swings and misses at the first pitch. And it's 0-1. Such a difference when Huffman, and really most pitchers for that matter, are able to get ahead in the account. And here he is ahead 0-2 after the swing and miss from Beadle. Beadle behind the dish, though, for the Woolly Mammoths. Has that great chemistry with Martin that you saw on full display in the first inning. The 0-2 swung on and miss. Down goes Beadle. And Huffman looks like a new pitcher here in the top of the second. 2 batters up and 2 strikeouts to begin the frame. So 2 away, bases empty, and that'll bring up Jordan Hussein. Hussein, the second baseman today. Flashy with the leather, hitting in the 9-hole. We'll bat with 2 outs and the bases empty. Outfield plays straight up, infield back. Fastball on the outside part of the plate for strike 1. The 0-1 misses well outside, and it's 1-1. Reminder, it's the first of 2 in the Twin Bill this afternoon from Jimmy John's Field. 2 6-inning games. So if you're keeping score at home, get your score sheet out. It only needs 6 innings. As that one's up the middle into center field for a base hit. Nice wood put on that ball by Jordan Hussein. He's aboard with a 2-out single to flip the lineup card over for Alex Garbachik. Garbachik was aboard in the top half of the first inning by way of the free pass and later came around to score after Dixon took off for second and the throw went into center field. That allowed Garbachik to score the first run of the game rather easily. As Huffman works from the first base side of the rubber. And now will step off. Hussein has not attempted to steal so far on the season, but he's got a modest lead at first, and Huffman realizing it, felt it a little bit, and will toss over there, but back easily with the head first dive is Hussein. Hussein takes his lead at first. Garbachik the batter. Fouled straight back, and it's 0-2. Stays alive after fouling that one off. Huffman on the mound for the Utica Unicorns says he likes to model his game after Garrett Cole for the New York Yankees, a New York native. Huffman is big Yankees fan, just loves to pound the zone as this one's lifted softly in the air to right field. Going over to make the catch easily is Major for out number 3, and the side retired. So one runner left on base, but Huffman is able to get out of the second inning without any damage, and the score remains 3-0. We head to the bottom of the second next at Jimmy John's Field.
The Dave & Buster's method is designed to help you unlearn adulthood and discover the funner you hidden within you. The you that doesn't think about adult things and stuff. Ashley, I don't want to hear anything about your car registration when we're at Dave & Buster's. Okay. The you want to be. Let the Dave & Buster's method illuminate you.
Is there a radar gun?
Begin the method today with 5 free games. You know you want to.
Yeah, no, where does it say the miles per hour on the speed?
Coffee getting you through the day, and the government changing business regulations. And when it comes to navigating those regulations, you can rely on Tryon and its team of attorneys. Tryon can also tackle time-consuming HR tasks like payroll and employee benefits, so you can stay focused on growing your business. With Tryon, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTryon.com.
Welcome back to Jimmy John's Field. While we have a moment, let's go ahead and show you the Mammoths starting lineup in the batting order, although they've already done some damage, leading 3-0. And that is your three-dimensional services defensive alignment. In the outfield, Ward Hacklin, Burl Dixon, who's already done some damage, and Fox Liam, who's already gone yard. In right field, around the horn, Alex Garbachik, Colby Seltzer at short, Jordan Hussein at second base, Priamo Lozado plays first base, and the battery mate this afternoon, Garrett Martin. And behind the dish is Beetle calling signals rather. This one's ripped into right for a leadoff single as Josh Baker, the designated hitter, wastes no time and is aboard with a leadoff single. And Martin, who looked so comfortable in the first inning, mowing down the Unicorns 1-2-3 with 2 strikeouts, will now pitch with a man on and pitch from the stretch for the first time today. And how about JJ? You see him on your screen there, the bottom left. Everybody's favorite golden retriever here at Jimmy John's Field. As this one's popped in the air softly. Room over there at first base for Lozada, who makes the catch for out number 1 in foul territory. So Norgren goes down. And that brings up Nick Pastor with 1 out and a man on here in the home half of the first inning. I beg your pardon, home half of the second inning as Martin pitches from the stretch, and that is ripped into right as well. Put 2 aboard with 1 out as Pastor found a pitch he liked and ripped it into right field for the Unicorn's second hit of the game. Baker moves up to second. And the tying run steps to the plate in the form of Alejandro Lara. Hitting .207 on the season. Looks at ball 1. He's got 1 home run to go along with 4 runs batted in. Pastor takes his lead at first. Baker, the designated hitter, with a short lead at second. Bender in there for a called strike as Martin painted the outside black of the plate. This one's in the air softly. Could it be in no man's land? Giving chase, but foul. Just missing the chalk as Lozada Hussein and Liam were all converging on that one, but fortunately for the Woolly Mammoths, it landed foul. As that spelled trouble, despite it not being hit necessarily on the screws. One and two. Martin will work from the stretch. He sets and delivers. Just missed the outside with the fastball, and that runs the count even at 2. Curveball over the plate, but lifted in the air softly to center. Dixon camps under it and makes the catch for out number 2. And Lara is retired, leaving it up to James Moses with 2 on and 2 out in a 3-0 contest, bottom of the second inning. That one's tipped into the catcher's glove for strike 1. Garrett Martin said he grew up watching the Braves. His dad was a huge Braves fan, and he idolized Chipper Jones. As that one's fouled back, and he's quickly ahead 0-2 with 2 out and 2 on. And is 1 pitch away from getting out of a mini jam, especially in comparison to how quickly he worked through the Utica Unicorns lineup in the home half of the first. A 1-2-3 inning. In the air softly to third. Camping up and under it is Garbachik, who makes the catch to retire the side. So the Unicorns put 2 aboard but do not score, and it remains the Westside Woolly Mammoths 3 and the Utica Unicorns nothing after 2 innings of play here at Jimmy John's Field.
With a transforming world, we can see how drastically the world is heading towards automation. And so, we need 24/7 surveillance and security systems for our homes and businesses to avoid any theft or breach of privacy. JARPCOM brings the installation of security cameras to the tip of your fingers with our state-of-the-art mobile app. JARPCOM also provides
I gotta be honest, no, I see the pitch clock right there.
Flexible options that offer a dependable solution to be scaled to fit any domestic or commercial need. Contact JARPCOM today for a free estimate at 800-369-0374 or look us up on the web at jarpcom.com.
Check your checking. If your account doesn't get you pumped, amped, or geeked, make the switch to Genius Checking from Genesis Credit Union. It's just genius.
Welcome back to Jimmy John's Field in beautiful historic downtown Utica. Utica Unicorns and the Westside Woolly Mammoths doing battle on Euchre night. And so far, it's the Westside Woolly Mammoth playing their cards right. They lead it 3-0 after striking for 3 in the top of the first. Fox Liam had a big fly, his first as a member of the Woolly Mammoths. That was a no doubt about her. And Colby Seltzer will get things going here in the top of the third with a 3-0 lead for Westside. Seltzer struck out his first time up. And now will bat with the bases empty. Looks at a fastball from Huffman for strike 1. William Mammoths trying to get the ball moving in the right direction. Their last time out, they won 6-4 as that one misses outside over the Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers. As for the Utica Unicorns, they right now are at the top of the standings at 8-4. Had the sudden death victory their last time out against the Eastside Diamond Hoppers. Count runs to 3-1, a hitter's count here for Colby Seltzer, the shortstop. And he's aboard with a leadoff walk. And that's how the 3-run first inning started for the Woolly Mammoths. Was a leadoff walk. We'll see if Huffman can pitch around the leadoff walk as Burl Dixon in the meat of the order steps up for Westside. He singled his first time up and later came around to score, swinging at the first pitch and fouling it straight back. 0-1. We mentioned in the pregame show that yesterday, Francis Florentine was signed to a major league contract, making him the 47th player that hailed at Jimmy John's Field as part of the USPBL to be signed to a major league organization. So wish him all the best. Certainly exciting for him. Picked up by the Minnesota Twins. As the throwback to first as Seltzer's back easily with the head first dive. And coincidentally enough, the Twins in nearby Detroit for a weekend series with the Tigers. They got the better half of the Motor City Cats last night as they lead the AL Central. That one misses upstairs, and it's 2-1. Seltzer takes his lead at first. Dixon the batter, the league's best hitter. Any way you slice it. Looks at the 2-1 inside, and now he's found himself in a favorable hitter's count at 3-1. Yeah, batting average at 400 entering tonight, and he's already singled to begin the game in the first inning. Now here in his second at-bat. Swung on and miss. Out of the strike zone, and that runs the count full. We'll have to keep our eye on Seltzer over there at first base in a full count. He has not attempted a steal on the season. Full count inside. He lost him, and 2 men aboard with nobody out, and that will spark a visit from Gomez, the catcher, to talk things over. After the back-to-back walks, that'll bring everybody in on the mound. There is action in the bullpen for the Utica Unicorns. Jacob Harsany warming up, the right-hander. But we'll see if Huffman can battle through this here in the top half of the third inning. Got Dixon on first with speed, and Seltzer at second. And the cleanup hitter, Ward Hacklin, at the plate, who grounded out his first time up. Righty on righty matchup. And Huffman gets ahead as he blows the fastball by Ward Hacklin. Hacklin did get the RBI on the ground out as he's behind 0-2 after the foul out. We'll have to also monitor the temperature, as being down on the field pregame, I can tell you it was steamy. The 0-2 misses upstairs. I mentioned in the open, I hope players brought sunscreen today, because that sun is beaten down on the entire field right now. As we progress throughout the evening, shadows will move in. But right now, it is nothing but sun on the infield and the outfield. And it's 2-2 now with 2 on and nobody out. Dixon at first, Seltzer at second, Hacklin the batter. On the ground, in the hole, stop made, throw over to first, not in time. Great job by Baggett just to get to it and keep it on the infield. But it'll be an infield single for Ward Hacklin to load the bases. And if you're Andrew Huffman, you get the weak ground ball, but unfortunately it's just placed perfectly in the hole. Baggett made a nice job to at least cut it off, and now you've got the bases loaded for the man that went yard his first time up, Fox Liam. Looks at the first pitch out of the strike zone for ball 1. Fox Liam playing in just his second game in the USPBL as a member of the Woolly Mammoths, and his last at-bat hit his first home run. The 0-1 in the dirt. It got by Gomez just a bit, but not enough for Seltzer to think about breaking for home. But it is a favorable 2-0 count for the batter, Fox Liam. The bases are juiced. The 2-0. Painted it out in the outside corner for strike 1. And if you're Huffman, you got to really bear down here. Bases loaded, nobody out. The 2-1. On the ground, into right field. That could score a couple. Seltzers is in. Dixon around third. He too will score standing up. It's a 2 RBI single for Fox Liam. Give him 3 runs batted in on the day, and it's 5-0. Westside Woolly Mammoths dominating here in the early going. And that could be the end of the day for Andrew Huffman. Skip, Jim Essian out to take the ball, and Huffman's day is done. We'll get a pitching change, tell you all about it when we come back, but the Westside Woolly Mammoths in control in this one, already leading it 5-0 here at Jimmy John's Field.
We build roads, bridges, wind farms, and pipelines, schools to skyscrapers. Our members create monuments. We operate. We're the operators and mechanics behind the advanced heavy machines that move Michigan forward. We maintain boilers and HVAC. Our members run the complex heating and cooling systems that we all depend on. Our training is second to none, and safety is our priority. We are Operating Engineers 324, and we keep Michigan running.
Check your checking. If your account doesn't get you pumped, amped, or geeked, make the switch to Genius Checking from Genesis Credit Union. It's just genius.
Fifth Third Extra Time helps you do you better. So kick back and relax. You have extra time to avoid overdraft fees. Fifth Third Extra Time. This is banking a Fifth Third better.
Welcome back to Jimmy John's Field here on Euchre Night. Jake Riepma, so glad to have you along, and the Westside Woolly Mammoths have taken control of this one, leading 5-0, and looking to add more as a pitching change has been made by Jim Essian for the Utica Unicorns, bringing in Jacob Harsany, making just his second appearance He pitched 1 inning of scoreless baseball. So he has a 0.00 ERA, limited sample size. Obviously with just the 1 inning pitched. But has been perfect in his Utica career thus far, and in a big spot right now trying to limit the damage as Fox Liam and this Westside offense brought the hot sticks this afternoon. Liam's got the home run and the 2 RBI single with 3 runs batted in on the day, and he stands at first base as Duncan Hewitt makes his way to the plate. He struck out his first time up. Runners at the corners for Harsany. Lifted in the air softly. Catcher right there to make the play. Gomez squeezes it for the first out of the inning, and that's a big one as Harsany comes in and does the job so far. Keeps it on the infield, which leaves Hacklin at third base and Liam at first with 1 away. After the first 4 batters reach, Harsany gets the first out of the inning, and that brings up Priano Lozado. Fastball on the outside part of the plate for strike 1. Lozado hit .229 entering play this evening. 1 home run on the season. Liam takes his lead at first, and right on cue, Harsany throws over there. The 0-1. Up the middle, diving and through into center field. Baggett couldn't quite track it down, and that's going to be an RBI single for Lozado, which will score Hacklin, make it 6-0 Westside Woolly Mammoths. So Liam moves up to second, and there are 2 on for the catcher, Zach Beadle. Beal does a great job defensively and hits this one in the air to center field. Hit pretty well, going back, looking up off the base of the wall. Extra bases. Liam comes around to score. Following right behind him is Lozado. Play at the plate. He is safe. 2-run double off the wall for Zach Beadle. And the Woolly Mammoths offensively continue to dominate. As Lozado comes around to score from first, Liam scored easily, and the damage continues. Compliments of the bat of Zach Beadle, a 2-run double. And it's 8-0 in the third. Jordan Hussein will bat. Slider in there for a called strike. Hussein hits 200 on the season. He singled his first time up. Still just the 1 out in the inning. As he looks at that one off the plate for ball 1. If you're the Westside Woolly Mammoths, this is just what the doctor ordered. And out in front early and comfortably at that, as this one's tapped softly to third. On the ground to short. Baguette makes the play there, fires across the diamond for out number 2. Put out goes 6-3. Flip the lineup card over as it's back to the top of the order. Garbacich will bat. And with that, Westside Woolly Mammoths have officially gone through the entire order here in the top half of the 3rd inning. With 5 runs, trying to add 2 with a runner on 3rd and 2 away. First pitch misses, and it's 1-0. Paints the outside part of the plate for strike 1. 1-1. As Harsony goes back to work and is ahead 1-2 after that foul ball. With it just being a 6-inning game here in the first of a doubleheader, the Utica Unicorns have their work cut out for them as that misses inside. And it's 2-2. When they come back to the plate in the home half of the 3rd, they'll have to find a way to get the offense going and quickly. Swung on and miss. Strike 3 ends the side. Garbacich goes down on strikes for out number 3, but not before the damage is done. Count them 5 runs in the inning for the Westside Woolly Mammoths to take a commanding 8-0 lead as we head to the home half of the 3rd inning up next here at Jimmy John's Field.
You dreamed of starting a company, not an HR department, but your business has grown fast, and so have the complexities of payroll and taxes, benefits administration, and other HR functions. That's why your business needs a professional employer organization like Tryon Solutions. Tryon provides businesses of all sizes access to top-tier healthcare and employee benefit plans. With Tryon, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTryon.com.
You can always rely on Tryon.
Welcome back to Jimmy John's Field, where Noah, one of our kids of the game today, has just rounded the bases. You get a look at JJ there as well. Everybody's having fun at Jimmy John's Field, home of the USPBL. And what a night it's been so far for the Westside Woolly Mammoths, leading 8-0. And back to work goes Garrett Martin, with all of a sudden a 3-run lead that's turned into an 8-0 lead after the 5-run 3rd inning for Westside. And with that, I'm sure Martin appreciates the run support, but he also spent a decent amount of time in that dugout between the top half of the 3rd inning and now beginning the home half of the 3rd inning. So we'll see how waiting around went for Garrett Martin, although with temperatures north of 80 degrees, it shouldn't take too long to warm up. The entire field of play still in the sun, but foul territory on the 3rd base side is where the shadows are moving in. Justin Gomez will bat for the first time, swings and misses at the first offering from Martin, and it's 0-1. Off-speed pitch there from Garrett Martin from the windup, the 0-1. Lifted in the air to right. Liam moves under it and squeezes it for out number 1. F9 if you're keeping score at home. Back to the top of the order, where Lucas Gooden will bat next. He struck out looking his first time up. And with Garrett Martin rocking and firing on the mound. He leads everybody in this league with 24 innings pitched. I'd like to see him, perhaps, if you're a Westside Woolly Mammoth supporter, go the distance in this 6-inning game as he is ahead of Lucas Gooden, 0-1. Wide open stance from Gooden. Watches that one go by for ball number 1. Euchre night here at Jimmy John's Field. Also, the Girl Scouts have made an appearance as this one's popped in the air, foul territory. Garbacich giving chase and makes the catch over in that shaded area right where the grass and the dirt track meet in front of the dugout for out number 2. And quickly there are 2 away. As Patrick Baggett will make his way to the plate. .76 batting average on the season. Still looking for that first big fly from the left side of the plate. Puts a charge into this one in center field, but Dixon will jog under it and make the catch just in front of the warning track. Quick 3rd inning. We've played 3 already. And the Westside Woolly Mammoths in complete control, up 8-0. Back in a moment here at Jimmy John's Field.
First State Bank is a locally owned and operated business. We're part of your community. At fsbcares.com, you'll find ways that we're making a difference by featuring locally owned and operated businesses, providing access to helpful financial resources, and engaging with community. FSBcares.com is part of our commitment to the neighborhood because strong neighbors mean stronger communities.
Where good neighbors do great things.
Member FDIC, an equal housing lender.
We build roads, bridges, wind farms and pipelines, schools to skyscrapers. Our members create monuments. We operate. We're the operators and mechanics behind the advanced heavy machines that move Michigan forward. We maintain boilers and HVAC. Our members run the complex heating and cooling systems that we all depend on. Our training is second to none, and safety is our priority. We are Operating Engineers 324, and we keep Michigan running.
Welcome back to Jimmy John's Field. Jake Reitmo with you. Glad to have you along for USPBL baseball. The Woolly Mammoths, yeah, they're waving to the camera. Why not? They're up 8-0 after striking for 5 in that 3rd inning here on Euchre night. They're sporting the Flintstone uniforms, and based on the way they've played, we'll have to see these again. On the other side, the Utica Unicorns with those Euchre night-themed uniforms have not enjoyed the same success here so far on a beautiful Saturday evening in Utica, Michigan. Chelsea Cooper, our on-field host, is quizzing some of the spectators in attendance tonight on Euchre trivia, and I got to level with you folks. I would not pass. I have been kicked off a number of Euchre teams for my inability to bring anything to the table. I'm all right in some card games, but Euchre, not my game. As Harsony goes back to work, he took over for Huffman in relief as part of that 5-run inning in the 3rd for the Woolly Mammoths. But gets ahead here, and it's 0-2 on the batter, Colby Seltzer. Seltzer from the right side of the plate looks at pitch for ball number 1, and it's 1-2. Now, when I play Euchre, I always lose, and then my partner's always mad. I like to stick to the individual card games. That way nobody's mad at me. Harsony rocks and fires, misses outside. Seem to have much more success in blackjack. As there's the first strikeout of the inning. Down goes Seltzer for out number 1 here in the top of the 4th. Brings up Burl Dixon for the Mammoths. He's 1 for 1. Been aboard twice. He's scored 2 runs. Both times he's been on, he's scored. Hit the single back in the first and then walked in the third and later came around to score on that 2-run double, or 2-run single rather, from Fox Liam. And looks at strike 1 on the outside part of the plate. Other card games. Euchre, of course, it's Euchre night here at the USPBL. Swung on and missed, 0-2. I loved that game, Spoons. Used to play in elementary school. Didn't take really any skill. I guess it was a card game, but you pass around the cards and the first person grabs the spoon, and then everybody, it's a free-for-all, everybody else trying to grab the spoon. Gin 9's a fun one. Of course, I'm not against Go Fish or Kings on the Corners. Crazy Eights, I like that one as well. As Dixon looks at the off-speed pitch outside. And the count is even at 2 balls and 2 strikes apiece. The 2-2. Swung on and missed. Down goes Dixon. And it's back-to-back strikeouts for Harsney to begin this 4th inning. Bringing up Ward Hacklin. The bat with 2 outs and the base is empty. And if you're the Utica Unicorns, you're 1 out away from getting back in the dugout in a quick 1-2-3 inning, which is exactly what the doctor ordered, finding themselves behind an 8 spot after 5 in the 3rd from the Woolly Mammoths. As this one's fouled off into the pavilion area. Look out. Oh, they have those nice umbrellas over the tables there in the right field pavilion. I don't know how much protection the umbrellas provide from a flying baseball. The 0-1. On the ground softly to second. Norgren's over there. Underhand flip in time to Gooden for the out. And it's a 1-2-3 inning for the Utica Unicorns. The Mammoths go down in order, so we'll head to the bottom of the 4th. Still 8-0 Westside Woolly Mammoths over the Utica Unicorns here at Jimmy John's Field.
We're for people, the pioneers, the underdogs, the players, and the slow and steadies. We're for people, for who they are and who they could become. Yes, we're a bank, and some say our business is all about money, but that's an old idea. Because look past the money, and you'll see real human lives. We see it, because we're for people. Huntington, welcome.
Home half of the 4th inning coming up here at Jimmy John's Field. Back to work goes Garrett Martin on the bump for the Westside Woolly Mammoths. And it has been all Westside leading 8-0 over the Utica Unicorns. The Unicorns will try to get something going here in the home half of the 4th inning. If you are keeping score at home, your scorecard on the west side looks a lot more decorated than the Utica Unicorns, as Garrett Martin has done a phenomenal job of being in control on the bump. He's scattered 2 hits, but other than that, he has been in control through 3 innings of work for the Westside Woolly Mammoths. And Ryan Major, the right fielder, will bat. He struck out looking his first time up. From the windup, right-hander delivers strike one and is ahead in the count with the off-speed pitch. Working quickly, the 0-1 upstairs, and it's even at 1. Nice crowd on hand for this evening's doubleheader as the 1-1 misses upstairs, and it's 2 balls and 1 strike. But still plenty of great seats still available, so maybe you're finishing up some yard work or whatever else you got going on a weekend. Come on out as that one's on the ground. Throw over to first, not in time. Hussein almost made a tremendous play over to Lazada at first, but the speedy Major beat it out for a leadoff single. And Martin now will work from the stretch with a man on and nobody out for the designated hitter, Josh Baker. Baker singled his first time up. And if you're the Utica Unicorns, you got to be saying chip away, 1 run at a time. No such thing as an 8-run home run. And when you're in an 8-run hole, you just got to get it back bit by bit. And Ryan Major does his job as the leadoff man by getting aboard. He takes his lead at first. The 0-1 from the stretch misses outside, and it's 1-1. This one's on the ground, but booted at short. Throw over to first. Still able to get the out. Seltzer booted the ball initially, but was able to throw it over to Lazada for out number 1, but move Major up to second on the fielder's choice. Won't be an error because you can't assume a double play. And Baker is aboard for the second time today, but there's 1 out in the inning. As although Seltzer initially mishandled that ball, was able to stick with it for the out. As this one's up the middle, into center field. Dixon, throw home to the plate, not in time. In safely for the Utica Unicorns' first run is Ryan Major, rather. And the Utica Unicorns are on the board. It's 8-1 as Nick Pastor will step to the plate and credit Cam Norgren with the RBI on the single to center field. Pastor singled his first time up as he looks at the 1-0 upstairs and is in a favorable hitter's count at 2-0. This one also misses, and it's 3-0. So Norgren moved up to second on the throw home, where he takes an aggressive lead. And a 4-pitch walk surrendered to Pastor. So that brings up Alejandro Lara with 2 on and just the 1 out. So Lara flew out to center his first time up, but in a big spot here with 2 on and just the 1 out, as all of a sudden Martin has struggled to find the strike zone. That one misses as well. It's 1-0. That's fouled off. 1-1. That walk to Pastor was the first walk surrendered of the game from Martin. The 1-1 misses outside, and it's 2-1. One out, 2 on. Lara swings and misses at the 2-1 offering, and it's 2-2. Dixon in center field is shaded just a bit into right field. The other two outfielders play relatively straight up. Strike 3 called. Gets him looking. Lara goes down, and there are 2 away. Martin able to just barely catch enough of the strike zone there at the top of the zone. Just kind of nibble at that top portion of the strike zone. And Lara may have felt it was a bit upstairs, but nonetheless, there are 2 away. Still 2 on for James Moses. Line drive into right field. It's down for a base hit. Rounding third, coming home to score safely is Cam Norgren. And a second run of the game for the Utica Unicorns off of the James Moses RBI single. Pastor moves up to second. And it's 8-2, so Utica chipping away. A mountain to climb, and they're starting to. As Gomez looks at ball 1. And Martin, who looked dominant in the first 3 innings, now all of a sudden perhaps Utica beginning to find some chinks in the armor. As that misses inside. And it's 2-0. Gomez entered tonight hitting a .185. 3 runs batted in. Looks at that one upstairs. And it's 3-0. Up the middle, softly, but into center field, and that should score a run. Dixon up with the ball, and in standing up is Pastor, and it's another RBI single for the Utica Unicorns. This one off the bat of Justin Gomez. Make it 8-3. So the Utica Unicorns have not necessarily hit the cover off the ball, but they've hit them where they ain't, as the old saying goes. They found the green grass, whether it be softly up the middle or that case softly shaded into right. But it doesn't have to be pretty. And Utica trying to get back in this game. Has put up a 3 spot here in the home half of the 4th. With back-to-back singles, now 4 singles in the inning, as the lineup card flips over to the top of the order for Lucas Gooden, who looks at strike 1. Wide open stance from the left side. In the dirt, but Beadle doing a good job to corral it. The 1-1. In the air deep. Out to right. Going back. Looking up is Liam. It's gone. 3-run bomb off the bat of Lucas Gooden. And we've got an 8-6 ball game. How about that? A 3-run shot. Deep and gone to right. And for Lucas Gooden, With one swing of the bat, he's made this a brand new baseball game. A 6 spot for the Utica Unicorns here in the bottom of the 4th. And with a hot day like today, the ball's starting to fly out of the yard. On the ground, Hussein makes the play across the diamond, flashing the leather, an impressive play to retire Baguette 4-3, but not before Utica has made this a brand new game. How about a 6 spot in the home half of the 4th, making it 8-6. Westside Woolly Mammoths coming to bat next here in the 5th at Jimmy John's Field.
The Dave & Buster's method is designed to help you unlearn adulthood and reset our life around zapping stuff and cheering for stuff with your friends. Begin the method today with 5 free games. You know you want to.
We're the financial champion of Michiganders. Whether you're a goal-getter or dream chaser, an empty nester, or up-and-comer, anyone in Michigan can bank with us. Michigan Schools and Government Credit Union.
Wow, how quickly things can change. It was 8-0. Westside Woolly Mammoths appeared to be cruising, but the Utica Unicorns said, not so fast, my friends. How about a 6 spot in the home half of the 4th inning? The exclamation point, a 3-run homer from Lucas Gooden, his first of the season. Over the fence in right, that played it 3 runs to make it 8-6. And now the Westside Woolly Mammoths thought they had a comfortable lead. Not so comfortable anymore. As we head to the top of the 5th. And reminder, it's a 6-inning game, with this being the first of a doubleheader here this evening from Jimmy John's Field. Fox Liam will bat. He had a home run earlier today. It was also his first as a member of the USPBL. Rolls over that one on the ground, but it's going to get into right past a sliding Norgren. And we'll see if the official scorer decides to rule that one. You got to believe it was a hit as Norgren went down to one knee kind of with a sliding effort. But nonetheless, Liam is aboard, and that is a single, his 3rd hit of the game. Fox Liam aboard first. This one's in the air. Left field, not deep. Hacklin's under it and makes the catch. I beg your pardon, Moses makes the catch for out number 1. As Moses camped under that one easily to retire Duncan Hewitt by way of the flyout, F7. Priamo Lozada will bat. He singled back in the 3rd and later came around to score. Part of that 5-run 3rd inning. Utica said, I see your 5-run 3rd inning, and I raised it with a 6-run 4th. Why we have a brand new baseball game, 8-6. Scott Matthews, the new pitcher for the Utica Unicorns. Righty toes the rubber from the first base side and fires a fastball by for strike 3. Lozada goes down swinging. And there are quickly 2 away, still with a runner on. That's Fox Liam over at first base, and Zach Beadle, the catcher, will bat next. Beadle swings and misses at the first offering. And looks at the 0-1 for ball number 1. Some fans enjoying the sun over there in the right field berm, and that's been the destination of a couple of home run balls here this evening as the 0-1 is swung on and missed. The 1-1 rather, make it 1-2. Glad to have you tuning in, whether it's on YouTube or Facebook. We're glad you're making USPBL baseball part of your day, as that's lined to the shortstop and snagged by Baguette for out number 3. So Beadle is retired, and we've played 4.5 innings. We've got a brand new baseball game. The Utica Unicorns with the momentum coming to bat, trailing 8-6.
Fifth Third Extra Time helps you do you better. So kick back and relax. You have extra time to avoid overdraft fees. Fifth Third Extra Time. This is banking a Fifth Third better.
At Ascension, Michigan, we're committed to being your first choice for healthcare. Our nationally recognized heart program is the leader throughout Michigan in minimally invasive heart valve procedures. For joint replacement, spine, and cancer care, patients choose our specialists for advanced care and treatment. And we also excel in the things that can't be measured. Listening more closely, caring more compassionately.
Make your move with a quick and easy mortgage from Genesis Credit Union. We have mortgages to fit your life. Genesis Credit Union. Visit us today.
Hey, we're shaking it off here in between innings as the Utica Unicorns coming to bat, trailing 8-6, but with all the momentum after that 6-run inning in the home half of the 4th. Jake Riepma with you. So glad to have you along, whether you're here at the game enjoying USPBL baseball or tuned in from anywhere across the globe on the YouTube and Facebook page of the USPBL. We're so glad you're making USPBL baseball part of your Saturday afternoon on an absolutely gorgeous day from Jimmy John's Field. Garrett Martin goes back to work for the Westside Woolly Mammoths. And aside from the 3-run home run off the bat of Lucas Gooden, if you're Martin, you got to feel like you didn't necessarily surrender a lot of well-hit balls. There was a lot of seeing-eyed singles in that inning, in that 6-run inning. But nonetheless, when you surrender 6 runs in a frame, you got to feel like a bounce-back inning is needed. And it's 0-1 here in the bottom of the 5th to the leadoff batter, Ryan Major. Looks at the breaking ball on the outside part of the plate. Home plate umpire says that also misses, and it's 1-1. Major hitting in the 3-hole. He singled his first time up. I beg your pardon, his last time up. And is 1 for 2 on the day. So both these teams, Utica and the Westside Woolly Mammoths, have batted through the lineup in 1 inning. Mammoths did it back in that 5-run third as that swung on and missed for strike 3. And Major is retired by way of the swinging strikeout. And the Utica Unicorns batted through the order in that 6-run 4th inning. It brings up Josh Baker, the designated hitter. Baker 1 for 2 on the day. If you go back to his last at-bat where he grounded out to the shortstop, Seltzer, there was a runner on first at the time. And I mentioned this, you can never assume a double play as far as scoring. So it was not an error on Seltzer, but he mishandled what could have been a double play, but was still able to get the out at first to retire Baker, but just the 1 out instead of the double play, which would have made the bases empty. And how different that 6-run 4th inning could have been for the Westside Woolly Mammoths. But nonetheless, you got to credit the Utica Unicorns for making the most of it as Baker takes a wild swing down to one knee at that one, and it's 2-1. I think Martin fooled him with the off-seed pitch. Two balls, 2 strikes, and 1 out. From the windup. Swung on and missed, and Baker is retired, upset with himself as he fished for 1 out of the zone, and it's the 2nd strikeout of the inning for Garrett Martin. Want to say hello to all the former USPBL players tuning in from across the country on the YouTube and Facebook pages. Kyle Bishop in particular was recently signed by the Minnesota Twins organization as the first pitch of the at-bat to Cam Norgren is swung on and missed. And Martin is ahead 0-1. Breaking ball misses outside, and it's 1-1. Open stance for the lefty, Cam Norgren. Singled his last time up and fouls this one back, giving chase as Lozada runs out of room. But a fan makes quite the catch off the bounce. But it's snagged, and that family going home with a souvenir baseball. Doesn't get much better than that. You can't put a price tag on those souvenir balls. I know I, for one, kept every baseball, whether it be from Comerica Park, Jimmy John's Field, Dow Diamond in my hometown, Midland, Michigan, home to the Great Lakes Loons in the Midwest League. As Martin rocks and fires, misses, and the count is full. I mean, when you're a kid, even, teenager into young adult, there's not much more thrilling than catching a foul ball. As this one's in the air softly, Dixon's right there, makes the catch nonchalantly for out number 3. And a big bounce back inning for Martin as he retires the Utica Unicorns in order 1, 2, 3. And we'll head to the final inning, top of the 6th. Coming up next, the Mammoths with the 8-6 lead here at Jimmy John's Field.
Throughout your life, from big moments to ones well-earned, we're your financial guardian angel. Alliance Catholic Credit Union.
Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com.
Back here from Jimmy John's Fields, we head to the top of the 6th. Jake Riepma, so glad to have you along. And what a beautiful night. It bears repeating because summer in Michigan, it is tough to beat. I think they've made a few songs about summertime in Michigan. And we're happy to have you along at Jimmy John's Field on Euchre night, as the Woolly Mammoths are clinging to an 8-6 lead, a lead that was once 8-0, as that was fouled off by Jordan Hussein. A check swing there, but he went around, and we'll ask for time now to step out and regroup. An 8-0 lead for the Westside Woolly Mammoths. It felt like they were cruising. It was a 6-inning game. You had an 8-run lead. And then credit the Utica Unicorns for coming back with 6 in the 4th to make this a 2-run game. As that one misses outside, it's 1-1. Some action in the bullpen for the Utica Unicorns. Just trying to get back in the dugout, only trailing by 2, as that takes a wild hop. No chance for Norgren, the second baseman. And Hussein is aboard. And that was a nasty hop. My goodness. I mean, that baseball had a mind of its own. We'll see what the ruling is on it. Norgren did a nice job of charging in. It just, when the ball takes that kind of hop, there's nothing you can do, and it is ruled a hit. So we flip the lineup card over for Alex Garbachik. With a runner on and nobody out, back easily is Hussein on the throw over from Scott Matthews. Sliced into right, but right there to make the grab is Major. Throw over to first. They got him. How about a double play? Hussein got caught too far off the bag, and Major came up throwing on the line drive, and that's one you don't see often. It's the line out to right and the double play by way of the force out at first. So a twin killing, but not the conventional way, and there's 2 outs with the bases empty for Colby Seltzer. And how about the presence of mind from Major in right field to just come up chucking that ball as this is on the ground softly. Baguette fields it over to first for the out, and the Woolly Mammoths are retired in order. Seltzer goes down 6-3 on the putout. So last chance for the Utica Unicorns as we head to the home half of the 6th inning here in game number 1 of the doubleheader from Jimmy John's Field. It's 8-6. Utica Unicorns needing 2 to stay alive. Back in a moment here from Jimmy John's Field.
Why are all these business owners smiling? Because they rely on Tryon to handle difficult and time-consuming HR tasks like payroll, benefits administration, and more. Working with one of the nation's top professional employer organizations provides access to top-tier healthcare and employee benefit plans and Tryon's team of attorneys and HR experts. With Tryon, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTryon.com.
You can always rely on Tryon.
8-6 our scores. We head to the home half of the 6th inning. The Woolly Mammoths trying to close it out and earn the victory in game number 1. Garrett Martin went 5 innings strong and is in line for the win thanks to some support from his offense. He was exceptional in 4 out of the 5 innings. All of the damage from the Utica Unicorns was done in the 4th inning as they struck for 6 runs. Hobb on to close it for the Westside Woolly Mammoths, leading by 2 here in the bottom of the 6th. Right-hander comes out of the pen throwing some gas, 89 miles per hour on the gun, as Jonathan Hobb goes to work. His second appearance, as this is on the ground softly. Hussein over to first for the out, and the first out of the inning is recorded. Pastor goes down 4-3. And that'll bring up Alejandro Lara with the bases empty and 1 out. Jonathan Hobb, 1-0 on the season. In his lone appearance, he pitched 2 innings and did not allow a run, or an earned run rather, allowed the 1 run. It was unearned, and struck out 1. But looking for his first save here this evening. First place umpire says he went around on the check swing, so make that 1-1. Hobbs 1-1 is swung on and miss. And it's 1-2. But the fun is just getting started here at Jimmy John's Field as these two teams will take a short half-hour break and play the second part of a twin bill in the evening portion as soon as this one comes to an end. But still 2 outs to get for the Westside Woolly Mammoths. And they lead to Jonathan Hobb to do so. The 2-2. Curveball on the ground and off of Seltzer at short. And that was hit hard off the bat of Lara. He put a charge into that one. It will go down as an error. So E6, and there's a runner on with 1 out. Pickoff throw over to first. Back with the dive is Laura. James Moses will bat. He singled back in that 4th inning and came around to score on the 3-run homer by Lucas Gooden. As they nearly got him over there at first on the pickoff attempt. Now, if you're Lara, you got to be careful because in the grand scheme of things, the first run doesn't mean a whole lot. Pickoff throw back down to first from the catcher that time in Beetle. Because in theory, he could come around to score, and if you're the Westside Woolly Mammoths, you just got to prevent Moses from scoring. He represents the tying run at bat. As he looks at it inside, and it's 2-0. Check swing, but he went around too far. And it's 2-1. the Westside Woolly Mammoths can hang on. They'll reach that 500 mark as this is in the air to center field. Hit pretty well, but Dixon will cruise under it and squeeze it for out number 2. And with that, the Utica Unicorns are down to their final out with the tying run at the plate in the form of Justin Gomez, who is 1 for 2 on the day. Pickoff throw back over to first. And I tell you what, Lara's jersey is going to need every ounce of OxyClean, Tide Pods, whatever you got to do, because his entire jersey is the same color of the infield dirt. As the 0-1's in there for a called strike. Or first pitch of the at-bat, rather, so it's 0-1. As Hab works through this home half of the 6th inning, trying to secure the save for Westside. Another throw over. Stop me if you've heard this one before, but back safely with a head-first dive is Lara. Able to paint the inside part of the plate for strike 2, and it's 0-2 on Gomez, the batter. Down to their final strike are the Utica Unicorns. Westside Woolly Mammoths 1 strike away. The 0-2. On the ground, softly, Seltzer fields it, fires over to first, in time for the out, and that'll do it. The Westside Woolly Mammoths hang on for the 8-6 win. And the save secured by Jonathan Hobb, your winning pitcher, Garrett Martin, who went 5 innings strong to secure the win. Westside moves to 8-8, and with the loss, the Utica Unicorns fall to 8-5. They'll shake hands in the infield as the Westside Woolly Mammoths earn the victory in game number 1 of the doubleheader. That's right, folks. Don't go anywhere. The fun is just getting started. 1 game's in the books, but we've got a second game coming up in just about a half hour. But for your viewing and listening pleasure, we've got some outstanding content lined up for you, as a couple of player interviews, as Kara Wolfbauer sat down with a couple of members from the USPBL to chat about all things USPBL baseball, so don't go anywhere. Game number 1 in the books. Game number 2 coming up in just a couple of minutes. And until then, we've got some outstanding content for you to enjoy. But one more time, our final from game number 1 from Jimmy John's Field in the USPBL. The Westside Woolly Mammoths take it over the Utica Unicorns 8-6. Game number 2 coming up in just a moment.
We're for people, the pioneers, the underdogs, the players, and the slow and steadies. We're for people, for who they are and who they could become. Yes, we're a bank, and some say our business is all about money, but that's an old idea. Because look past the money, and you'll see real human lives. We see it, because we're for people. Huntington, welcome.
This is Carol Wolfbauer here today, and we're in the middle of our doubleheader right now. So I've got Patrick Baggett here joining me today, and we're starting these segments to talk about anything but baseball. Let's be outside the lines. You guys get to know them in baseball fashion, but what makes Patrick Baggett, and that's what we're going to talk about today. And I think the best thing to start off with is he's actually got some family coming today, if you'd like to talk to us about it.
Yeah, heck yeah. I got a girlfriend and a stepson coming today, and then I want to give a shout out to all the family back home in Georgia. Just saying hey to mom, grandparents, and dad. So.
Yes, awesome. So he's from Blairsville, Georgia. Said his girlfriend's making an 11-hour drive today with his stepson, Jacob. And so Jacob, you've known Jacob for a few years then. Is he really into this whole baseball life with you?
If I'm being honest, he may be more of a baseball star than I ever will be. So definitely a bright future.
Yes. Looking forward to maybe playing catch with him every day, developing him and making him into maybe a Utica unicorn one day.
Possibly.
Yes. So what would you say, you and your girlfriend Jasmine and Jacob, what is a typical day for you guys back in Georgia?
If I'm being honest, so back home I actually coach for the USA Scouts. It's a travel organization in Cartersville, Georgia. And then Jasmine, she actually is a restaurant server at Longhorns. So if y'all ever go to Longhorns in Georgia, say hey to Jasmine, maybe a free steak or two.
Give her a nice tip?
Possibly. No, but besides that, really just a normal day is just kind of hanging out around the house, maybe finding some lake to go to, and honestly fishing a little bit, really.
Yeah, so have you been fishing at all here in Michigan as well?
So just a little bit. I actually went out to Auverse Creek one day and spent the day out there, and that's really about it, so not much.
Nice. And we were talking earlier, just before we started doing this, that Patrick lives with a host family. So tell us a little bit about the family you've made here in Michigan as well.
Yeah, so Jan and Daryl Seelinger, so shout out to y'all. Thank y'all for everything y'all are doing, and yeah, they've been absolutely amazing. From the very get-go, they've been open arms and just really, really positive about everything and keeping everybody's heads up. So definitely a big shout out to y'all.
Great. Now, he doesn't live with any of the guys back in his host family's house, but are there any guys in the league you've gotten to know really well?
Yeah, honestly, there's not really one particular guy that kind of stands out. It's really just kind of everybody. Everybody here has, same type of stories and paths and a lot of different walls they've had to overcome. So it's definitely cool to there's not one guy that really even sticks out. Everybody here is just amazing.
Mm-hmm. And you talked to me, too, about his mama back home. So tell us about her. I'm sure she's had a big impact on your life.
Yeah, absolutely. Her, my mom, my dad, my grandparents, my Nana, and my JJ. And y'all have been absolutely amazing. So definitely appreciate everything they've done, obviously.
Nice. Now, this does tie back into baseball here at USPBL a little bit again, but tell me about the fan atmosphere here at Jimmy John's Field. Maybe you've met any special fans that have been so excited. I know we're in the dugouts right now, and sometimes they stand right here in this corner, and they're all up here with you guys trying to get your autographs.
Yeah, that's definitely something you'll always remember. Getting to come in even after a strikeout or you get a double, don't matter. There's always going to be a kid in here definitely asking for your bat or for an autograph or something. So it's definitely a really cool experience.
And he told me, too, growing up in high school, also played basketball. So, again, we're tying it a little bit into baseball, but not so much the mechanics, just about your life. What was the moment you realized baseball was a sport you wanted to pursue?
So around middle school, I actually had hurt my arm at a 7th grade middle school baseball practice.
That's how it always happens, man.
Yep. So I ended up playing basketball throughout the rest of that year, and started going really well, and I thought that was going to be something I could get into, and then obviously it didn't grow much, so I had to come to reality a little bit, and baseball was it.
Yes, well, we're really happy to have you here, Patrick. Thank you so much for joining us for our little mid-game show, and we'll see you guys back here soon. We have another show with Priamo Lazada, and then we'll get back here to Game 2.
Why are all these business owners smiling? Because they rely on Tryon to handle difficult and time-consuming HR tasks like payroll, benefits administration, and more. Working with one of the nation's top professional employer organizations provides access to top-tier healthcare and employee benefit plans and Tryon's team of attorneys and HR experts. With Tryon, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTryon.com.
You can always rely on Tryon.
Now, we just heard from Patrick Baggett, but it's time to talk to Priamo Lazada from the Westside Rolling Mammoths. So thanks for joining us today, Priamo.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, of course. So I was talking to Priamo a little bit before this, and actually we had Francis Florentino here on the team with you, and it was a little hard for me to speak to Francis. Mainly only spoke Spanish, but that is also Priamo's first language. So talk to him through that, and he's able to translate for us a lot.
And congratulations, Francis, for signing. I hope your dreams happen, man. I'm going to miss him because he was always by my hip because I was always translating for him. He was always a nice guy, and he always brought a lot of energy to the games and stuff like that.
Yeah, so now going off of baseball a little bit because, like we said, it's getting to know you guys. So tell me about Spanish being your first language and where your family's from.
My mom is Puerto Rican and my dad's Dominican, so Spanish was my first language.
Baseball too, maybe.
Yeah, baseball. I mean, with those genes and that thing, I have to play baseball. No other option. My mom only yells to me mostly in Spanish, so that's when you know I'm in trouble, but kind of speak Spanish every day, and I mean in Florida, if you don't speak Spanish, you gotta learn it real quick and stuff like that. So, I mean it's good to know multiple languages. You can conversate with different people, and for example, like me speaking Spanish was helping Francis be more calm down and stuff like that. So it's good to speak multiple languages.
Yeah, that's great to hear. And so he's from Fort Lauderdale. That's where he lives now. And so have you made any visits to Puerto Rico or Dominican Republic? Because you said you have family there.
Yeah. Every winter break we go to Puerto Rico. I go to Puerto Rico for about 2 or 3 weeks. I got my grandma over there and all that family over there, and it's good. It's fun. It's a peaceful time to just reflect and be with family, like distract from the phones and just chill out over there, honestly.
So have you had any family come visit here so far this year?
Yeah. So obviously, like growing up, everyone's dream is to play professional baseball, right? You know, it's such a hard thing, and luckily and fortunately by God, I got this opportunity to play and stuff like that. So opening day, they all came and they all surprised me. And it was a pretty cool moment and stuff like that. I got my first hit and everything in front of them, made mom cry, and so it was very emotional. And you know, it's just like all the hard work we put in. So it was good to finally get something back.
Yeah, especially to see them in the stands. And man, I wish I would have met them so they ever come back. You got to tell us. We'd love to maybe talk to them in the broadcast, do something with them as well.
Yes.
But he had mentioned before that baseball is basically in your blood, so it means a lot to your family.
Yeah, honestly, I've had 2 uncles that played in the big leagues, so it was always a dream of mine. And being in Florida, you play baseball all year round. You know, we're very fortunate in that. And in the islands, it's literally what we do every day. It's in our blood, and it's just a dream come true to be here, honestly, and say you're a professional baseball player, no matter at what level it is, honestly.
Exactly. Well, it's great to have you here, too. And so would you say that your uncles were big inspirations for you, then, to get you where you are now?
Definitely big inspirations, because if they can do it, why can't I do it? You know what I'm saying? And this game is very hard mentally, and having that good family support makes it easier to make this journey happen.
So outside of baseball, what do you do to maybe relax or spend some free time?
Honestly, just play video games, MLB The Show and Call of Duty, and hang out with friends, and just chill by the pool or chill by the ocean, because in Florida, you know, it's there and stuff like that. So besides that, not much.
Awesome. Yeah, great. So we and him were talking about before is I play some video games sometimes too, and I was telling him maybe I could beat him in Call of Duty. Not MLB The Show. I'm not great at that, but I'm great at Mario Kart.
She thinks
so
she is. That's what it is.
he doesn't know anything. I'm great at Mario Kart. And he's telling me he always uses Little Peach and they have a great time.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, well, me and Yoshi over here are always winning, so we'll see how that turns out. Maybe play some Mario Kart together. But also, we were talking about his host family and
Yes.
spending some time with them.
Big shout out to Melissa and Gary and Baby G. They've opened me with open arms. They're honestly a blessing too, because it's kind of hard to have someone random come into your home, but they made it seem so easily, and I honestly love them, and they're the best, and I hope to have a relationship after baseball's over.
Awesome. Yeah, we've heard from a lot of our guys before that they still talk to their host families. They come back and visit them. Noah Marcoux is very close with his host family. You said Baby G, is there a kid in the house that lives there as well, or is that just...
There's Gary and there's Jill. She's
Okay.
She's not a baby. Okay. But we just call her Baby G because we got Big G too and Gary. And,
Nice,
But Mama
awesome.
P, she's the one. She's a cool.
Awesome. What do you guys do together as a host family?
What don't we do together? We go on walks. They have two big dogs named Bo and Otis. They're like 130 pounds each, but they think they're lap dogs, so they jump on you all day. And she shows me Michigan and stuff like that. And I told her for the first day I want to experience it all. So we've seen it all. Honestly, went to the cottage and see the lakes and stuff like that.
Great. So you said they have dogs. Are you a dog person,
Yeah.
cat person?
Dogs.
Me too, man.
Cats are just like weird, honestly. Like they like you or they don't. I don't really get their vibe, so I'm definitely gonna stick with dogs.
Yes, I stick with dogs too. I feel like dogs are always very loyal to you. Cats are more like, you should be treating me.
Yeah.
You should be taking care of me. So really awesome to talk to you today, Priamo. Thank you so much for joining us. Now we'll get back to our second game today, the second matchup of our doubleheader. Thank you so much once again. Thank you guys for watching our mid-game show, and we'll be back soon for first pitch.
Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com.
There are many things you can rely on in this world, like a sunny day brightening your mood, your mom baking the world's best apple pie, and never a dull moment in running your business. And when it comes to time-consuming HR tasks, you can rely on Tryon. Tryon can handle payroll and taxes, employee benefits, and more, so you can stay focused on attracting and retaining the best talent. With Tryon, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTryon.com.
Always rely on Tryon.
Throughout your life, from big moments to ones well earned, we're your financial guardian angel. Alliance Catholic Credit Union.
You dreamed of starting a company, not an HR department, but your business has grown fast, and so have the complexities of payroll and taxes, benefits administration, and other HR functions. That's why your business needs a professional employer organization like Tryon Solutions. Tryon provides businesses of all sizes access to top-tier healthcare and employee benefit plans. With Tryon, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTryon.com.
Always rely on Tryon.
First State Bank is a locally owned and operated business. We're part of your community. At fsbcares.com, you'll find ways that we're making a difference by featuring locally owned and operated businesses, providing access to helpful financial resources, and engaging with community. fsbcares.com is part of our commitment to the neighborhood Because strong neighbors mean stronger communities.
Where good neighbors do great things.
Member FDIC, an equal housing lender.
You hear about the promo that Jimmy's John's got going on? 5 off 20? How they pulling it off? Magic? You got David's Copperfields in there? Show yourself, Copperfields!
Jimmy John's. $5 off orders of 20 or more.
You dreamed of starting a company, not an HR department, but your business has grown fast, and so have the complexities of payroll and taxes, benefits administration, and other HR functions. That's why your business needs a professional employer organization like Tryon Solutions. Tryon provides businesses of all sizes access to top-tier healthcare and employee benefit plans. With Tryon, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTryon.com.
Always rely on Tryon.
We build roads, bridges, wind farms, and pipelines, schools to skyscrapers. Our members create monuments. We operate. We're the operators and mechanics behind the advanced heavy machines that move Michigan forward. We maintain boilers and HVAC. Our members run the complex heating and cooling systems that we all depend on. Our training is second to none, and safety is our priority. We are Operating Engineers 324, and we keep Michigan running.
Check your checking. If your account doesn't get you pumped, amped, or geeked, make the switch to Genius Checking from Genesis Credit Union. It's just genius.
Fifth Third Extra Time helps you do you better. So kick back and relax. You have extra time to avoid overdraft fees. Fifth Third Extra Time. This is banking a Fifth Third better.
The Dave & Buster's method is designed to help you unlearn adulthood and discover the funner you hidden within you. The you that doesn't think about adult things and stuff. Ashley, I don't want to hear anything about your car registration when we're at Dave & Buster's.
Okay.
The you want to be. Let the Dave & Buster's method illuminate you. Begin the method today with 5 free games. You know you want to.
Throughout your life, from big moments to ones well earned, we're your financial guardian angel. Alliance Catholic Credit Union.
At Ascension, Michigan, we're committed to being your first choice for healthcare. Our nationally recognized heart program is the leader throughout Michigan in minimally invasive heart valve procedures. For joint replacement, spine, and cancer care, patients choose our specialists for advanced care and treatment. And we also excel in the things that can't be measured. Listening more closely, caring more compassionately.
We're the financial champion of Michiganders. Whether you're a goal-getter or dream chaser, an empty nester or up-and-comer, anyone in Michigan can bank with us. Michigan Schools and Government Credit Union.
We're for people, the pioneers, the underdogs, the players, and the slow and steadies. We're for people, for who they are and who they could become. Yes, we're a bank, and some say our business is all about money, but that's an old idea. Because look past the money, and you'll see real human lives. We see it, because we're for people. Huntington, welcome.
Companies are competing for talent like never before. With the complexities of handling tasks like payroll, benefits administration, and other HR functions, it's easy to see how a professional employer organization like Tryon Solutions makes all the difference. Tryon empowers businesses of all sizes to attract and retain talent by offering access to top-tier healthcare and employee benefit plans. With Tryon, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTryon.com.
Always rely on Tryon.
Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com.
How do these business owners find the time for peace of mind? Because they rely on Tryon to handle difficult and time-consuming HR tasks like payroll, benefits administration, and more. Working with Tryon, one of the nation's top professional employer organizations, provides access to top-tier healthcare and employee benefit plans and its team of attorneys and HR experts. With Tryon, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTryon.com.
Always rely on Tryon.
Fifth Third Bank. Yeah, it's a quirky name. But here's the thing. 5/3 equals 166.7%. So we put 166.7% into everything we do. Like automatically getting you your paycheck up to 2 days early. Giving you well-deserved extra time to avoid overdraft fees. And helping you borrow from your future self. This is banking a Fifth Third better.
Jimmy John's Field is the perfect venue for birthday parties, summer picnics, company outings, and provides the best entertainment in Metro Detroit with great baseball all summer long. Spend your summer nights under the lights at Jimmy John's Field in historic downtown.
Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com.
There are many things you can rely on in this world, like a sunny day brightening your mood, your mom baking the world's best apple pie, and never a dull moment in running your business. And when it comes to time-consuming HR tasks, you can rely on Tryon. Tryon can handle payroll and taxes, employee benefits, and more, so you can stay focused on attracting and retaining the best talent. With Tryon, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTryon.com.
Always rely on Tryon.
Throughout your life, from big moments to ones well earned, we're your financial guardian angel. Alliance Catholic Credit Union.
You dreamed of starting a company, not an HR department, but your business has grown fast, and so have the complexities of payroll and taxes, benefits administration, and other HR functions. That's why your business needs a professional employer organization like Tryon Solutions. Tryon provides businesses of all sizes access to top-tier healthcare and employee benefit plans. With Tryon, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTryon.com.
You can always rely on Tryon.
First State Bank is a locally owned and operated business. We're part of your community. At fsbcares.com, you'll find ways that we're making a difference by featuring locally owned and operated businesses, providing access to helpful financial resources, and engaging with community. fsbcares.com is part of our commitment to the neighborhood because strong neighbors mean stronger communities.
Where good neighbors do great things.
Member FDIC and Equal Housing Lender.
You hear about the promo that Jimmy's John's got going on? 5 off 20? How they pulling it off? Magic? You got David's Copperfields in there? Show yourself, Copperfields!
Jimmy John's. $5 off orders of 20 or more.
You dreamed of starting a company, not an HR department, but your business has grown fast, and so have the complexities of payroll and taxes, benefits administration, and other HR functions. That's why your business needs a professional employer organization like Tryon Solutions. Tryon provides businesses of all sizes access to top-tier healthcare and employee benefit plans. With Tryon, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTryon.com.
You can always rely on Tryon.
We build roads, bridges, wind farms, and pipelines, schools to skyscrapers. Our members create monuments. We operate. We're the operators and mechanics behind the advanced heavy machines that move Michigan forward. We maintain boilers and HVAC. Our members run the complex heating and cooling systems that we all depend on. Our training is second to none, and safety is our priority. We are Operating Engineers 324, and we keep Michigan running.
Check your checking. If your account doesn't get you pumped, amped, or geeked, make the switch to Genius Checking from Genesis Credit Union. It's just genius.
Fifth Third Extra Time helps you do you better. So kick back and relax. You have extra time to avoid overdraft fees. Fifth Third Extra Time. This is banking a Fifth Third better.
The Dave & Buster's method is designed to help you unlearn adulthood and discover the funner you hidden within you. The you that doesn't think about adult things and stuff. Ashley, I don't want to hear anything about your car registration when we're at Dave & Buster's.
Okay.
The you want to be. Let the Dave & Buster's method illuminate you. Begin the method today with 5 free games. You know you want to.
Throughout your life, from big moments to ones well earned, we're your financial guardian angel. Alliance Catholic Credit Union.
At Ascension, Michigan, we're committed to being your first choice for healthcare. Our nationally recognized heart program is the leader throughout Michigan in minimally invasive heart valve procedures. For joint replacement, spine, and cancer care, patients choose our specialists for advanced care and treatment. And we also excel in the things that can't be measured. Listening more closely, caring more compassionately.
We're the financial champion of Michiganders. Whether you're a goal-getter or dream chaser, an empty nester, or up-and-comer, anyone in Michigan can bank with us. Michigan Schools and Government Credit Union.
We're for people, the pioneers, the underdogs, the players, and the slow and steadies. We're for people, for who they are and who they could become. Yes, we're a bank, and some say our business is all about money, but that's an old idea. Because look past the money, and you'll see real human lives. We see it, because we're for people. Huntington, welcome.
Companies are competing for talent like never before. With the complexities of handling tasks like payroll, benefits administration, and other HR functions, it's easy to see how a professional employer organization like Tryon Solutions makes all the difference. Tryon empowers businesses of all sizes to attract and retain talent by offering access to top-tier healthcare and employee benefit plans. With Tryon, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTryon.com.
You can always rely on Tryon.
Companies are competing.
And we welcome you back to Jimmy John's Field. We had so much fun in game number 1. Let's run it back. Game number 2 of this evening's doubleheader in USPBL baseball action. I'm Jake Rietma from high atop Jimmy John's Field, and so glad to have you along. The Utica Unicorns, the home team, in their white Euchre jerseys. It's Euchre night here at the ballpark, and tonight's starting pitcher, Tristan Harvin, taking his warm-up tosses as you get a look at the Westside Woolly Mammoths there in their Fred Flintstones jerseys. They won 8-6 in game number 1, so it's the Utica Unicorns looking for a split of the doubleheader, and the Westside Woolly Mammoths looking to sweep the evening's action. That 8-6 game saw quite the offensive explosion from both teams. We had a 5-run inning and a 6-run inning. A 5-run inning for the Westside Woolly Mammoths and a 6-run inning for the Utica Unicorns that made it interesting. But in the end, it was the Westside Woolly Mammoths coming away with the 8-6 win over the Utica Unicorns. Garrett Martin was the pitcher of record, earning the win for the Westside Woolly Mammoths, and a 3 RBI day for Fox Liam, who was your player of the game in game number 1. But how about game number 2? Toe in the rubber for the Utica Unicorns. Tristan Harvin will go around the horn. Bishart is the catcher. Baguette at third. Curiel, the shortstop. Norgren at second base. Goodwin over at first. And in the outfield, as we've got the opening pitch in game number 2. It's a strike to begin the contest. Pastor, Major, and Moses from left field across the board. Leading off for the Westside Woolly Mammoths, it's Alex Garbachich as he plays third base and looks at ball number 1 in a 1-1 count. Beautiful weather so far, and it has been all afternoon, though the shadows starting to creep in. Shadows getting close to first base and third base as the sun sets in beautiful southeast Michigan. And the 1-1 over for a called strike. It's 1-2 on Garbachik. Right-hander works from the right-hand side of the rubber, on the ground, over to third, across the diamond, out number 1. And Garbasic is retired on the putout as Baguette throws across the horn to Gooden. And the Woolly Mammoths jumped all over the Utica Unicorns in that first game, striking for 3 in the top half of the first inning and really never looked back. And so for Tristan Harvin, it'll be up to him to try to get the Utica Unicorns in the dugout without trailing. And he's got the first out of the inning here as Seltzer bats in the 2-hole, the shortstop. Seltzer was 0 for 3 in the game number 1, but he did walk and score a run as part of that that 5-run third inning. He's ahead of the count here, 2 balls and 1 strike. From the windup. Misses at the top half of the zone, and it's 3-1. Nice crowd on hand tonight at Jimmy John's Field in a doubleheader, a twin bill. The 3-1 fouled back, and that makes the count full. Harvin enters tonight with a 2.5 ERA, 1-1 on the season. In 5 appearances, he's started 4 games. The full count is fouled off, and we'll do it again. He struck out 13 in 15 innings pitched. I beg your pardon, 11 for the right-hander, Tristan Harvin. Rocks and fires the full count. Hit in the air, over to left. There to make the one-handed grab is Pastor, and there are 2 away. Brings up Burl Dixon. And a man that does as much damage as he does, if you're Utica, you want him batting with the bases empty, and in this case, 2 outs. Because as we've said time and time again, Burl Dixon is appointment viewing when he's at the plate. As he swings and misses at the off speed there, it's 0-1. He entered play tonight with a .400 batting average to lead the entire USPBL as he looks at the 1-0, and it's 1-1. He had the single to start the 3-run inning in the first game, as he looks at strike 2 there, and it's 1-2. Dixon, a native of Sacramento, California, but is settled in nicely here in Southeast Michigan as this is in the air to right, sinking line drive, charging in and making the sliding catch is Moses. How about that flash of the leather from Moses? James Moses retires the side in style, and it's a 1-2-3 inning for Tristan Harvin and the Utica Unicorns. We head to the home half of the first. No score. Back in a moment at Jimmy John's Field.
Build. Roads, bridges, wind farms, and pipelines, schools to skyscrapers, our members create monuments. We operate. We're the operators and mechanics behind the advanced heavy machines that move Michigan forward. We maintain boilers and HVAC. Our members run the complex heating and cooling systems that we all depend on. Our training is second to none, and safety is our priority. We are Operating Engineers 324, and we keep Michigan running.
Jake Reba back with you at Jimmy John's Field as part of a doubleheader between the Westside Woolly Mammoths and the Utica Unicorns. No scores. We head to the home half of the first inning. Let's meet tonight's starting pitcher for the visiting Westside Woolly Mammoths. It's Tyler Richley, a native of Durango, Colorado, 23-year-old graduate of Ball State University, making the start here this evening in game number 2. Sports a 2.0 ERA in 6 appearances. This will be his first start. He's thrown 9 innings and has allowed 2 earned runs over the course of the 9 innings. We'll meet the rest of the defensive alignment throughout the course of this home half of the first inning. But first, leading off for the Utica Unicorns, it's Lucas Gooden, the first baseman, who looks at strike number 1. Richley sports a 4-seam, fastball, changeup, cutter, a sweeping slider, and a curveball. So quite the arsenal from the right-hander. As that one's fouled back, and it's 0-2 quickly on Lucas Gooden. Gooden was the man of the hour in the 4th inning for the Utica Unicorns in game number 1 as he had that 3-run homer that really made game number 1 interesting, as that took it from an 8-3 game to an 8-6 game. And he looks at the 1-2 outside. Run the count even at 2 balls and 2 strikes apiece. All the action's been out to right field, where it's 320 down the line. As that pitch misses in the bottom portion of the strike zone, and we run the count full. 315 to left and 395 to straightaway center field. The full count pitch misses, and it's a free pass surrendered to Lucas Gooden, who is aboard with nobody out. As Patrick Baggett makes his way to the plate. And those in attendance at the ballpark rooting for Patrick here as he was announced as the beer batter of the game. So I'm sure everybody's cheering on Patrick Baggett to get a hit, as in some form of promotion, fans will be less thirsty if Patrick Baggett gets a hit here. With a runner on first and nobody out here in the home half of the first inning. Gooden is aboard. It was quickly 0-2, but the 0-2 offering misses, make it 1-2. The right-hander from the stretch works first base side of the rubber. Gets the swinging strike, but that gets away from the catcher, DeWitt, and move Gooden up to second. But it is strike 3 so for out number 1. So Gooden moves up to second on the wild pitch, but Baggett is retired with the swinging strikeout, and Ryan Major will bat. Fouls the first one straight back. It's 0-1. Major, also a California native, as this is on the ground to third. Scoots off the glove of Garbasic and into left field. My inclination is that will be an error. And there are 2 on. It is, in fact, ruled an error, so E5, if you're keeping score at home, puts runners at the corners with just the 1 out for the designated hitter, Josh Baker. Baker was 1 for 3 in game number 1 with a single, and he looks at ball 1. The 1-0 also misses, and it's 2-0. This would be big for the Utica Unicorns if they could jump out in front early, as they were playing from behind all day in game number 1. 2-0, runner takes off for second, into right. That'll play a run, and all the way up to third goes Major as he was moving on the play. Gooden is in to score, and it's an RBI single for Josh Baker. It's a great piece of hitting by Josh Baker. Had the runner in motion and executed brilliantly, sending Major to third and plating Lucas Gooden for the game's first run. It's 1-0 Utica. Still runners at the corner for Cam Norgren. And got to believe that was part of manager Jim Essien's message between games, or Skip as he's affectionately known around these parts. Let's jump out early. And indeed they have, looking to add on more with runners at the corners and only 1 out. 1-1 count to the batter, Cam Norgren. Baker at first, Major at third. Fouled back, and Richley is able to work ahead, 1-2. All kinds of promotions at the ballpark tonight. Euchre night, the Girl Scout parade between games, just to name a few. Broken bat, soft grounder to third, bare hand throw to first, no chance, and it's an infield single that will score a run. Cam Norgren gets the RBI. Major comes home to score, and he didn't hit it hard. In fact, the bat was sawed in half, and fortunately for everybody, it landed harmlessly out near second base. And it's now 2-0. Utica leads. So Richley tried to limit the damage, working with 2 men on and just the 1 out. Runners at first and second for the batter, Nick Pastor. And he's fallen behind 2-0. So not the start the Colorado native Tyler Richley had in mind. He says when he's working and comfortable and in a rhythm, he's pounding the zone. And unfortunately for him, he has not been able to do that so far in the first inning. And behind to the batter, Nick Pastor, 3-0. It's a 4-pitch walk, and that might warrant a mound visit as the bases are loaded. Garbasic will talk to him on the mound. And now everybody's coming in. In fact, it does warrant a mound visit. You had a feeling it was coming. Just took a little while there as the bases are loaded with Utica Unicorns. And just as the Woolly Mammoths jumped all over Utica in the first game of this doubleheader, the Utica Unicorns trying to give the Mammoths a taste of their own medicine. It's already a crooked number there in the home half with 2 runs plated, but the Bases are juiced with just one out. James Moses, the batter, who had that nice catch out and right to end the top of the first, looks at strike one. Baker's at third, Norgren at second, Pasteur at first. Ripped down the line, but foul. Out in front of a bit is Moses. He just missed extra bases, though. Left-handed batter, but Dixon in center stands to the left field side of second base. Other than that, the outfield's relatively straight up. The 0-2, he stays alive, fouls it straight back. So we'll do it again. Moses trying to stay alive, down 0-2. The delivery. On the ground. Foul ball. And right on cue, a tip of the cap to the stadium in-house DJ playing Staying Alive, because that's exactly what James Moses is doing. He's staying alive. The 0-2. Not for long. He swings and misses for strike number 3 and out number 2. And that'll leave it up to Jacob Bisharat, the catcher. A native of Pleasant Grove, Alabama. Will try to add to the damage. And if you're Tyler Richley, for as poorly as this first inning's gone, you're 1 out away. 1 pitch away. But that one misses low and away, and it's 1-0. 8th batter to step to the plate for Utica here in the home half of the first inning, as the 1-0 also misses upstairs. So the summer solstice was earlier this week, so we're now the part of the calendar where the days are getting shorter, but not by much, as this is in the air softly to right field. Liam's under it, should do it, and he squeezes it for out number 3. And the Utica Unicorns settle for just the 2 runs. They leave the bases loaded. 3 men left on base, but 2 runs come home to score. And it's 2-0. The Utica Unicorns lead after 1 inning of play here at Jimmy John's Field.
Competing for talent like never before. With the complexities of handling tasks like payroll, benefits administration, and other HR functions, it's easy to see how a professional employer organization like Tryon Solutions makes all the difference. Tryon empowers businesses of all sizes to attract and retain talent by offering access to top-tier healthcare and employee benefit plans. With Tryon, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTryon.com.
You can always rely on Tryon.
Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com.
How do these business owners find the time for peace of mind? Because they rely on Tryon to handle difficult and time-consuming HR tasks like payroll, benefits administration, and more.
Throughout your life, from big moments to ones well-earned, we're your financial guardian angel. Alliance Catholic Credit Union.
Jake Reba back with you here at Jimmy John's Field. So glad to have you along. And a neat moment between innings there as Francis Florentino was honored because yesterday he became the 47th member of the USPBL to be signed by a major league organization. That's right, the Minnesota Twins recognized the talents of Florentino and thought he'd fit in nicely with their organization. So congratulations to Francis as he is on his way to join the Minnesota Twins organization. As back to work goes Tristan Harvin for the Utica Unicorns. Working now with a lead after 2 runs came in to score in the home half of the inning as Hacklin smashes this to the gap. That's going to be extra bases. It's up against the wall. Cruising into second with a stand-up double and a double flex of the biceps from Ward Hacklin. And beginning this second inning in style with the double is Hacklin. Fox Liam will bat next, and what a pop his bat has provided since joining the Westside Woolly Mammoths. He had a home run, a 2-run single, and a home run in the first game of this doubleheader. And when I tell you it was a no doubt about it, that ball might have ended up in Lake St. Clair. It cleared the berm in right field and just kept going and going and going. I'm not the best with directions, but I'm quite certain if you just keep following M59 east, you eventually hit Lake St. Clair, and that's the way that ball was headed. But Ward Hacklin with the leadoff doubles on second, and Fox Liam is up to bat. Harvin, the right-hander, works first base side of the rubber from the stretch. Delivers. Fouled back, and it's 0-1. And speaking of the Minnesota Twins, they're playing at nearby Comerica Park against the Detroit Tigers in a divisional battle. Tigers currently leading 3-0. You'll love to see that if you're a Motor City Cats fan, as this is grounded up the middle. Backhand stop made temporarily, but no chance to get Liam, as that was just a softly hit ball. Norgren gloved it. But it's an infield single, and there are runners at the corners with nobody out for Duncan Hewitt. And so the Westside Woolly Mammoths wasting no time to put the pressure back on Tristan Harvin and try and cut into this 2-0 lead. Hewitt from the right side fouls this one, and it's 0-1. The 0-1. Upstairs for ball one. Game time temperature was right around 85 degrees. It is still above that 80-degree mark at 81, according to the trusty AccuWeather app. That's what we'll go with today. Runners at the corners. Misses upstairs. Make it 3-1. So Hewitt did not get the start in game one, but he's behind the dish this evening in game number 2 with an opportunity here to cut into the lead. Runners at the corner, nobody out. Big cut, but misses, and it's 3-2. Full count. Fox Liam, not necessarily the most fleet of foot over there at first, although he is aboard by way of an infield hit, but merely a product of hitting it in the right spot, and the second baseman, Norgren, had to just glove it. But here we go. Runners at the corners. The full count. Misses outside. Load them up. That'll load the bases. The first three have reached here to begin the top of the second. And a golden opportunity for Priamo Lozada. Hacklin at third, Liam at second now, and Duncan Hewitt aboard by way of the free pass. From the stretch, that misses upstairs. No place to put him as Priamo Lozada ahead in the count 1-0. Should get some pitches in the strike zone to hit. On the ground to short. Sliding stop made. Over to second for one. Relay to first in time. How about the double play? Curiel to Norgren. Over to Gooden. 6-4-3. A twin killing and a thing of beauty. Now, a run does come home to score on the 6-4-3 double play, but don't let that take away from the dashing leather play by the shortstop, Curiel, who's in there for his defense, one of the best defensive shortstops this league will see, as we've got time before the pitch. Time was called for, and it is a pitch clock violation. And if you're Tristan Harvin, you're admiring the work by your defense. I mean, that's 6-4-3 double play. And credit Norgren to fire it over to Gooden as well on the relay. And now Harvin's 1 out away from getting out of this inning, pitching to Zach Beadle here. With Liam on third. Now one pitch away as it's 1-2. Called strike three at the top of the zone. And Beadle is retired by way of the backwards K. And what a job by Tristan Harvin in partnership with tremendous defense, getting out of that inning with just the one run with the bases loaded and nobody out. The 6-4-3 double play helped big time, and it's just 2-1. The Mammoths settle for one. Home half the second inning coming up next at Jimmy John's Field.
At Ascension, Michigan, we're committed to being your first choice for healthcare. Our nationally recognized heart program is the leader throughout Michigan in minimally invasive heart valve procedures. For joint replacement, spine, and cancer care, patients choose our specialists for advanced care and treatment. And we also excel in the things that can't be measured. Listening more closely, caring more compassionately.
We're the financial champion of Michiganders. Whether you're a goal-getter or dream chaser, an empty nester, or up-and-comer, anyone in Michigan can bank with us. Michigan Schools and Government Credit Union.
Fifth Third Extra Time helps you do you better. So kick back and relax. You have extra time to avoid overdraft fees. Fifth Third Extra Time. This is banking a Fifth Third better.
We head to the bottom of the second inning. The Utica Unicorns with the 2-1 lead. And already in game number 2 of our doubleheader, we've seen some phenomenal plays defensively as Tyler Richley goes back to work, toeing the rubber for the Westside Woolly Mammoths. a sliding catch in right field by James Moses in the home half of the first inning. And then in that past inning, a 6-4-3 double play, dazzling double play of Curiel to Dorgren to Gooden. As the 1-1 misses upstairs, and it's 2 balls and 1 strike. The 2-1 outside, make it 3 balls and 1 strike. And if you're Tristan Harvin, the pitcher for the Utica Unicorns, the first 3 batters reached, and you get out of there with just the 1 run allowed. That one misses outside, and it's a leadoff walk surrendered. And Curiel is aboard. So not only did he make a great play defensively, he's now led off with a leadoff walk here in the bottom of the second as we flip the lineup card over for Lucas Gooden. He walked to begin the game and then later came around to score. And again, Richley falls behind. Part of his game plan is pounding that strike zone, getting ahead early in counts, and he just has not been able to do that thus far this evening. The 1-0 gets away from DeWitt all the way to the backstop, and that will send Curiel up to second base easily on the pass ball. I think if you're DeWitt, that's one you got to have. Just tipped off the top of the glove. The Woolly Mammoths, I think they'd be the first to tell you they have not been sharp so far in game number 2. But there's a swinging strike to make it 2-1. Gooden's home run in game number 1 was his first of the season as he lifts this one foul. Should get into the stands. And it falls harmlessly. A missed opportunity for a fan to go away with a souvenir foul ball. Wah, wah, wah. That's all right. There'll be more opportunities. Gooden with the open stance from the left-hand side of the plate. Fouled off sharply down the line. And we'll do the 2-2 again. Curiel at second with great speed. Got to believe he scores in anything to the outfield. With the modest lead at second. The 2-2 upstairs. Let's run the count full. Can't say enough about how beautiful of a night it is, although the shadows have crept in now in the infield. As this is on the ground, sliding play over at first by Lozada, but he'll have no play. And it's an infield single by Gooden. Curiel moves over to third. And there are 2 aboard for Patrick Baggett. And there are runners at the corners. Another beer batter of the game everybody's cheering for. $5 to the beer garden if Baggett's able to get a hit. He struck out his first time up. And now they got the runner trapped between first and second. In a pickle is Gooden. Keeping an eye at the runner at third base. Gooden's going to be tagged out. And Hussein is the one to make the tag. And Gooden got picked off. Put out went 1 over to 3 to 6 to 4 if you're keeping score at home. And that's the first out of the inning. Well executed play by the Woolly Mammoths defense, who will now bring the infield in. Just the second inning in a 2-1 game. Infield is brought in. Try to prevent that runner from scoring at third. That runner being Curel, the shortstop. The 1-1 misses upstairs, and it's 2 balls and 1 strike. Baggett was 0 for 3 in the first game, 0 for 1 so far today, looking for that first hit, and he draws a walk. And that will put runners at the corners, just as we had prior to the pickoff that retired Gooden. So Richley has just struggled with control thus far. The 23-year-old Colorado native from Ball State University in his second year here. Big-time Colorado Rockies fan. And his day appears to be done. So we'll have a pitching change in a 2-1 game. Richley will exit as Bo Atkins comes in. We'll tell you all about the new pitcher when we come back. In a 2-1 game, Utica looking to add to it with runners at the corners and 1 out. Back in a moment at Jimmy John's Field.
Throughout your life, from big moments to ones well earned, we're your financial guardian angel. Alliance Catholic Credit Union.
Bo Atkins is the new pitcher for the Westside Woolly Mammoths, as Tyler Richley's day is done after just an inning and a third work, and is responsible for the runners at the corners. Not the start Richley had in mind, but leads it up to Bo Atkins, who enters with a 5.54 ERA. In 7 appearances, he's made just 1 start. He has not registered a decision, a win or a loss. He's thrown 13 innings and given up 8 earned runs while striking out 19 and walking 8. Bo Atkins trying to shut the door and limit the damage and keep the deficit at just the 1 run, as it's 2-1. Crowd singing Country Roads here. What a beautiful night in Southeast Michigan. Enjoying Game 2 of a doubleheader here at Jimmy John's Field. On Euchre night, I would explain the playing card themed jerseys for the Utica Unicorns that you see there being sported by the entire team. But Donovan Curel there at third. Bases are runners at the corners, I should say. Runners at first and third with Ryan Major to bat. First pitch of the at-bat misses outside, and it's 1-0. We saw the Woolly Mammoths bring the infield in with a runner at third and one out, but now with runners at the corners, the middle of the infield plays in double play depth with the corners in. And a strike delivered at the knees. That makes it 1-1. Atkins sports the old school stirrups. You love to see that. Right-hander works from the first base side of the rubber. Curveball chopped on the ground. Hussein fields it, has only one play. It's first for the out, but that will allow the run to score. Makes it 3-1 as Curell comes in to score. And although Major is retired 4-3, he gets the RBI on the day. And that moves Baggett up to second base with 2 outs. And Josh Baker swinging and missing at the first offering. It's 0-1. That one registered at 91 miles per hour on the gun here, but missed the strike zone, and it's 1-1. The 1-1 swung on and missed, make it 1-2. We talked in game one a little bit about Taylor Jellikowski, the manager for the Westside Woolly Mammoths, affectionately known as Jelly, as this one's fouled straight back. But how about Skip? Jim Essian, a 47-year pro career, started in the Phillies minor league system and broke into the bigs in 1973 for the Phillies, managing now for the Utica Unicorns. And, of course, the manager of the Chicago Cubs in 1991. The 1-2 is on the ground softly. Seltzer, the shortstop there. Easy toss over to first. And Josh Baker is retired, and so are the Unicorns. They do play at the 1 run, though, and lead it 3-1 after 2 innings of play. Back in a moment on Jimmy John's Field.
With a transforming world, we can see how drastically the world is heading towards automation. And so, we need 24/7 surveillance and security systems for our homes and businesses to avoid any theft or breach of privacy. JARBCOM brings the installation of security cameras to the tip of your fingers with our state-of-the-art mobile app. JARBCOM also provides surveillance monitoring of your entire property with flexible options that offer a dependable solution to be scaled to fit any domestic or commercial need. Contact JARBCOM today for a free estimate at 800-369-0374 or look us up on the web at jarbcom.com.
You hear about the promo that Jimmy's John's got going on? 5 off 20? How they pulling it off? Magic? You got David's Copperfields in there? Show yourself, Copperfields!
Jimmy John's. $5 off orders of 20 or more.
Two innings in the books, and it's the Utica Unicorns on top by a score of 3-1. Jake Riepmo with you from high atop Jimmy John's Field on an absolutely gorgeous night from beautiful, historic downtown Utica. Still right around 80 degrees despite being closer to 9 o'clock at 8:34 Eastern Standard Time. Back to work goes Tristan Harvin on the bump for the Utica Unicorns, with a 3-1 lead. Game 2 of tonight's doubleheader. Utica Unicorns trying to salvage a game in the Twin Bill. Jordan Hussein will lead it off in the top of the third. From the windup, missing outside, it's ball 1. in there for a called strike. Hussein's made some nice plays in the field. He also had 2 hits in game number 1. He was 2 for 3. Check swing. Did he go around too far? Yes. I had thought the horizontal arc of the bat crossed the vertical plane of the plane. Therefore, a strike. And it's 1-2. And Bisharat might have gotten a little bit crossed up there, as was unable to come down with that cleanly. And nonetheless, it's a ball to make it 2-2. On the ground over to third. Easy play for Baggett across the diamond for out number 1. And Hussein is retired 5-3. We'll flip the lineup card over to the top of the order. Alex Garbasek will bat. As the youngsters enjoying some of the concession stand offerings here at Jimmy John's Field, as Harvin delivers the first pitch of the at-bat for a called strike. Garbasek from nearby Northville, Michigan. And looks at ball number 1. So appropriate that he's playing for the Westside Woolly Mammoths, as this is on the ground sharply. Sliding play made by Curell. Spins, fires, and the pick clean over at first by Gooden for out number 2. It's another fine play defensively at shortstop by Curell. And how about that? You can't say enough about the fine play defensively by Donovan Curell. So 2 outs and the base is empty for Colby Seltzer, the number 2 hole hitter, the shortstop, who is 0 for 1 so far today. Seltzer was 0 for 3 the first game, but did have a walk as he looks at that offering upstairs. One and 2 to Seltzer, who hails from the Lone Star State, and swings and misses for strike number 3. So relatively easy inning on the bump for Harvin as the Mammoths go down 1-2-3, and we cruise along to the bottom of the 3rd inning. Utica coming to bat with the 3-1 lead.
Check your checking. If your account doesn't get you pumped, amped, or geeked, make the switch to Genius Checking from Genesis Credit Union. It's just genius.
Why are all these business owners smiling? Because they rely on Tryon to handle difficult and time-consuming HR tasks like payroll, benefits administration, and more. Working with one of the nation's top professional employer organizations provides access to top-tier healthcare and employee benefit plans and Tryon's team of attorneys and HR experts. With Tryon, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTryon.com.
The Dave & Buster's method is designed to help you unlearn adulthood and reset our life around zapping stuff and cheering for stuff with your friends. Begin the method today with 5 free games. You know you want to.
Welcome back to Jimmy John's Field. Still a beautiful evening here in Utica, Michigan, right off of M59 as we're in Game 2 of our doubleheader from Jimmy John's Field. Fans enjoying the friendly confines of Jimmy John's Field and both pavilions down the right field line and left field line. The Utica Unicorns have the 3-1 lead over the Westside Woolly Mammoths. And no shortage of fashion statements here this evening as you see the Euchre-themed jersey for the Unicorns and the Flintstone-themed jerseys for the Woolly Mammoths in the orange. But we've got baseball to play, and it's a 3-1 lead for the Utica Unicorns here as they bat in the bottom of the third. Atkins back to work on the bump as this one's fouled off by Norgren, the batter. Norgren, a North Carolina native, lifts this in the air to the gap in left, but giving it chase and coming down with the catch is Hacklin for out number 1. Initially off the bat, looked like it might find some green grass in that left field power alley, but nice work by Hacklin to track it down for out number 1. Nick Pastor will bat. Want to thank everybody for tuning in to USPBL Baseball from across the country on the YouTube and Facebook pages of the United Shores Professional Baseball League. The only place, if you weren't here, that you'd want to be is in front of a monitor or on YouTube to check out all the action. From the windup, Atkins delivers. Inside, nearly hit Pastor, who has walked his first time up in that first inning, part of a 2-run inning that saw 8 Unicorns come to the plate. Swung on and miss, and it's 2-2. Atkins rocks and fires. Lifted in the air softly out of the outstretched arm of Seltzer, and it will fall to the grass. And he's aboard with 1 out. Seltzer gave it a great run as we see the little guys in attendance tonight. But unable to glove it. And Pastor is aboard with the 1-out single. Keep an eye on it if it's ruled an error, but right now we've got a hit in the books. As Moses steps to the plate and swings and misses. James Moses struck out his first time up and now bats with a man on. And 1 out here in the home half of the third. 6-inning game, game 2 of a doubleheader. Fouled straight back. Want to thank all of our sponsors that make today and every day possible here at Jimmy John's Field. Tremendous group of supporters as it's a lengthy lead over there at first base for Pastor, and Atkins was thinking the same thing I was. He said, might as well just kind of toss on over there to see what's going on. Fouled straight back, and we'll do the 0-2 offering again. Moses had that nice sliding catch to retire Dixon back in the first inning. Now trying to do some damage with the bat and is staying alive. I beg your pardon, down he goes. So Moses goes down by way of the strikeout. And there are 2 away. For Jacob Bisharat. With Pasteur at first. From the stretch, throw back over, close, but back safely with a head first dive. It is Pasteur. Ripped up the middle, sharply hit single into center field, right back up the box. Nice piece of hitting from Bisharat, and there are 2 on with 2 out. Donovan Curiel will bat. We've seen him already make a number of plays at shortstop. Now we'll see if he can do some damage with the lumber. A bender in there for a called strike. Off speed pitch from Atkins, able to get ahead. The 0-1 outside. Two men on for the Utica Unicorns. The 1-1. Check swing. He went around too far, and it's 1-2. 1 out away, and 1 strike away from getting the Mammoths back in the dugout, trailing 3-1. And time is called. Two on, 2 outs, and a 1-2. In the air, center field, Dixon there to make the catch easily for out number 3. Well hit ball from Curel, but right into the hands of Dixon for out number 3. And the Unicorns leave 2 men on, and the score remains at bay, 3-1. We head to the top of the 4th. Westside Woolly Mammoths coming to bat next here at Jimmy John's Field. Welcome back to Jimmy John's Field. So glad to have you along for Game 2 of this twin bill. The Westside Woolly Mammoths got the victory in game number 1, 8-6. But the Utica Unicorns on top here, 3-1, as we head to the top of the 4th inning. Jake Riepma with you. And the fun doesn't have to end tonight, as tomorrow we've got more action at Jimmy John's Field, as the Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers take on the Eastside Diamond Hoppers at the 1 o'clock first pitch. And right on cue, as we look ahead, it's a beautiful day here this afternoon as this one's in the air to center and retired easily. 1 pitch and 1 out. As Dixon is retired on the flyout, and Hacklin will bat next. He doubled his first time up, but due to inclement weather in the area tomorrow, the 1 o'clock start time has been moved up to noon, just like the Detroit Tigers are doing in their game against the Minnesota Twins. As this is on the ground softly, gloved up by Norgren, over to first for out number 2. And what do we have here but 2 pitches and 2 outs? That's one way to do it if you're Tristan Harvin. He'll certainly take that. And 12:30 will be tomorrow's first pitch. So not 1, not noon, 12:30, right in the middle. Third time's the charm there, Jake. We got it. 12:30, we'd love to see you out at the ballpark tomorrow at Jimmy John's Field. And Fox Liam alertly has to take because the first 2 batters in this inning, 1 pitch and 1 out. Liam looks at ball number 1, and it's 1-1. Liam stayed hot. He singled his first time up. Of course, he was the player of the game in game number 1 in that 8-6 win. As he's out in front of this one, grounder over to first, bobbled by Gooden, still able to corral it and throw over to Harvin for out number 3. Put out goes 3-1. And the Woolly Mammoths go down in order, 1, 2, 3. So we'll head to the home half of the 4th inning, still a 3-1 lead for the Utica Unicorns, who are coming to bat next at Jimmy John's Field.
How do these business owners find the time for peace of mind? Because they rely on Tryon to handle difficult and time-consuming HR tasks like payroll, benefits administration, and more. Working with Tryon, one of the nation's top professional employer organizations, provides access to top-tier health care and employee benefit plans and its team of attorneys and HR experts. With Tryon, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTryon.com.
You can always rely on Tryon.
Birthday announcements going on the Jumbotron beyond the center field wall, or left center if you're being particular, to the left of the batter's eye. A lot of happy birthdays out there. Don't forget, tomorrow is Sesame Street Day, and that's a 12:30 first pitch tomorrow. But a chance to meet your favorite Sesame Street characters tomorrow at the ballpark at Jimmy John's Field. There's always something going on. And speaking of birthday, speaking of tomorrow, be remiss if we didn't wish our own Carol Wolfbauer a happy 22nd birthday tomorrow. I know the celebration and the festivities are about to be wild, as they say, off the chain. I don't know if anybody still says that, but she's feeling 22, I heard. 3-1, Utica will bat in the bottom of the 4th inning, trying to add to that lead. As Gooden puts a charge into this one over the head of Liam, the right fielder, up against the wall. Extra bases for Lucas Gooden, and he saw something he liked. One swing, and he's aboard with a leadoff stand-up double. And that brings up Patrick Baggett with a runner at second and nobody out here in the home half of the 4th inning. Baggett still looking for that first hit of the game, and the fans rooting him on because he's the beer batter of the game. And that means fans receive $5 to the beer garden if he's able to get a hit. Runner at second is Gooden. As that one's fouled off, and it's 0-2. Oh, 2 offering misses outside, make it 1-2. Baggett hailing from Georgia. Fouls this one straight back to stay alive. And there it is, right on cue. Jimmy John's in ballpark DJ, queuing up the tune, staying alive. At first I was afraid. No, I won't do that to anybody. As the 1-2 misses inside. 2 balls and 2 strikes. As Atkins continues to work for the Westside Woolly Mammoths. Make the count full. Here we go. The full count, fouled straight back. Let's do it again. Tigers have a 3-1 lead over the Minnesota Twins right now in a pivotal divisional matchup. Back to the action at Jimmy John's Field. Full count offering. Sawed him off. Slow grounder over to third. Sliding play and throw over. Garbasic made a nice play over to Lozada for out number 1. Put out goes 5-3. Ryan Major will step to the dish with a man on and 1 out. He reached on an error his first time up and later scored part of that 2-run first inning. And grounded out to second. This one's in the air to center field, not deep. Dixon jogs under it and makes the catch with a strong throw into third to prevent Gooden from moving up. And there are 2 away. So that means it's up to Josh Baker, the designated hitter, who singled his first time up and then grounded out to the shortstop in the second. Baker was 1 for 3 as that one gets away. And time is called, but move Gooden up to third with 2 outs. From the windup, 2 balls and no strikes. The 2-0. Into right, sinking line drive, down for a hit, and that will play to run easily as Gooden's in to score. It's an RBI single for the designated hitter, Josh Baker, and make it 4-2. Utica on top, 4-1. So the leadoff double comes around to score despite The Woolly Mammoths getting 2 outs before that came around to score. As that one's fouled straight back near us. And one fan able to secure it. There's a souvenir foul ball. We were ready for it up here at Jimmy John's Field just in case. Norgren the batter. The 1-1. On the ground, sliding stop glove by Lozada, and that is out number 3. He'll do it himself, unassisted. But a run comes across for the Utica Unicorns. Make it 4-1 as we head to the top of the 5th. Mammoths coming to bat next.
Companies are competing for talent like never before. With the complexities of handling tasks like payroll, benefits administration, and other HR functions, it's easy to see how a professional employer organization like Tryon Solutions makes all the difference. Tryon empowers businesses of all sizes to attract and retain talent by offering access to top-tier healthcare and employee benefit plans. With Tryon, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTryon.com.
You can always rely on Tryon.
Fifth Third Bank. Yeah, it's a quirky name. But here's the thing. 5/3 equals 166.7%. So we put 166.7% into everything we do. Like automatically getting you your paycheck up to 2 days early. Giving you well-deserved extra time to avoid overdraft fees. And helping you borrow from your future self. This is banking a Fifth Third better.
Time is ticking for the Westside Woolly Mammoths as we play the second game of a doubleheader. It's a 6-inning game as we move along to the top of the 5th. The Utica Unicorns with the lead make it 4-1 after plating a run in the home half of the 4th inning. As Lucas Gooden led off with a double and later came around to score on a Josh Baker RBI single. So work to be done for the Westside Woolly Mammoths to try to earn the doubleheader sweep as they won the first game 8-6. And 6 outs to work with. Tristan Harvin remains on the mound and has looked comfortable all throughout, allowing just the 1 run in the second inning. Duncan Hewitt will lead off for the Woolly Mammoths, looking at ball number 1. Still plenty of daylight, getting a little bit darker here at Jimmy John's Field. As I mentioned, we've reached the point of the calendar where the days all of a sudden become shorter, but not by much. The longest day of the calendar year was sometime this week. I gotta remember, was it June 21st, perhaps? As that swung on and missed. I got to double check. I think it was Wednesday, June 21st, or Tuesday, June 20th was the longest day of the calendar year. As this one's in the air left field, but hooking and foul into the pavilion area after off of one of the umbrellas. And it's 1-2. There you get a look at the umbrellas in the pavilion area. Not only do they provide shade, but also protection from flying foul balls. The 1-2. Staying alive, fouled off. Hewitt will do it again. Duncan Hewitt hails from Indianapolis, Indiana. The Hoosier State. From the windup, Harvin's offering. Got him. Strike 3. Hewitt is retired on strikes for out number 1. Third strikeout of the game for Tristan Harvin. And now Priamo Lozada will bat with the bases empty and one out. Strike one offering. High and tight for ball number one. One ball, one strike, and one out. The bases are empty. Lifted in the air to right. Going back is Moses, and he's got room right in front of the fence in the warning track. And Lozada gave it a ride, but just did not carry out of here, and it's out number two. Perhaps as evening draws upon us, the air getting a little bit thicker and the ball just not carrying as much as it was in game number one, where we saw a couple of home runs. Still yet to see a home run here in game number two. 2 outs, bases empty for Zach Beadle. Looks at strike one. And Harvin would like to get through another inning, retiring the Woolly Mammoths in order. And he's 1 out away from doing so. Strike two, swing and miss. Just the 2 hits for the Woolly Mammoths so far. 7 hits and 4 runs for the Utica Unicorns. The 0-2. Just missed. From the windup, the 0-2. Got him. Good night. Strike 3 as Tristan Harvin strikes out 2 in the inning, and the Woolly Mammoths go down 1, 2, 3. They go down quickly and quietly in the 5th inning. We head to the bottom of the 5th. 4-1 Utica. Back in a moment from Jimmy John's Field.
We build roads, bridges, wind farms and pipelines, schools to skyscrapers. Our members create monuments. We operate. We're the operators and mechanics behind the advanced heavy machines that move Michigan forward. We maintain boilers and HVAC. Our members run the complex heating and cooling systems that we all depend on. Our training is second to none, and safety is our priority. We are Operating Engineers 324, and we keep Michigan running.
You dreamed of starting a company, not an HR department, but your business has grown fast, and so have the complexities of payroll and taxes, benefits administration, and other HR functions. That's why your business needs a professional employer organization like Tryon Solutions. Tryon provides businesses of all sizes access to top-tier healthcare and employee benefit plans. With Tryon, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTryon.com.
You can always rely on Tryon.
Nathan Witt is the new pitcher for the Westside Woolly Mammoths. He's 0-1 on the season, making his 5th appearance out of Goodrich, Michigan. Witt's thrown 4 2/3 innings, allowed 6 hits, 6 runs, all of them earned, and has struck out 6 while walking 4. Out of Michigan State University, was drafted by the Tampa Bay Rays from Goodrich, Michigan. Big right-hander. And Nick Pastor will bat. Here in the home half of the 5th inning. Reminder, it's the second game of a doubleheader. Both doubleheader games, 6 innings in length. So the new pitcher for the Westside Woolly Mammoths, Nathan Witt, tried to get the Woolly Mammoths back in the dugout, trailing by just the 3, and have a shot at it in the top of the 6th. It's 4-1 Utica as Pastor gets a piece of this one back into the screen, and quickly it's 0-2. Witt works from the stretch. The right-hander delivers. Able to get just a piece of it. Right to Hussein. Throws in the dirt and able to beat it out. Speedy runner is Pastor and gets the infield single on a softly hit ball. So off the bat, I thought it'd be no problem for Hussein. But you got to give Pastor a lot of credit getting down the line quickly to beat it out. And there's one on with nobody out. Showing bunt, but fouling it off is James Moses. One more insurance run would be so big for the Utica Unicorns to stretch it from a 3-run lead up to a 4-run lead. Sizable lead from Pastor at first, and strike on the inside part of the plate make it 0-2. Witt from the stretch delivers. Off goes Pastor to second. Throw down not in time, and he swipes it easily with the head first dive. It's a stolen base for Pastor. And it was strike 3 on the pitch, so down goes Moses with the K for the first out of the inning. Bisharat will bat now, the catcher. That's the 4th stolen base of the year for Pastor in 6 attempts. So he's at second with 1 out. And Bisharat will bat. First offering misses. Right-hander works from the first base side of the rubber and delivers a strike. Make it 1-1 with 1 out and 1 man on. It's Pastor at second, who has a decent lead. The 1-1. In there on the outside black of the plate for strike 2. Fouled back, and we'll do it again. Reminder, tomorrow's game between the Beavers and Eastside Diamond Hoppers has been moved up to 12:30, so come on out to the ballpark for Sesame Street Day tomorrow. As the 1-2 misses outside. As Bicheret, the batter, was awarded time, and now we'll step in. And here we go, the 1-2 from Nathan Witt. And that's outside for ball 4, beg your pardon. There were 3 balls. And a 1-out walk awarded to Bicheret to put 2 on for Donovan Curiel. Swings through the first pitch, and it's 0-1. So since the 2-run first inning, there hasn't been a lot of offense other than the 1 run for the Utica Unicorns in both the 2nd and the 4th, as this one's in there for a called strike. And the Woolly Mammoths, who were swinging a hot bat in the first game, their offense has been silenced by Tristan Harvin. Relatively silenced. As this one's on the ground very softly to third, and no play. Rounding third and coming for home is Pastor, and he will score standing up. He made the most out of that. That's a ball that didn't leave the infield, and Pastor is able to score from second. Garbasic overran it, or tried to barehand it rather, and it dribbled on past him, and there was nobody behind him. Seltzer eventually got to it, but not before it was far too late. And in to score comes Pastor on the infield single. And up to second goes Bicheret. And now the top of the order in Lucas Gooden. Just a heads-up play all the way from Pastor. That's the definition of manufacturing a run. As he singled, stole a base, and then scored on an infield dribbler from second. And that's a big run, making it 5-1. Witt trying to get out of the sitting, now dealing with the top of the order. The 2-1. Make it 3-1. Nobody really holding on either runner, so they'll take their lead since this is in the air softly to center. Dixon's right there. Barely had to move for out number 2. And Gooden is retired. So Patrick Baggett will bat. And you know what that means. He's 0 for on the day, but we need a hit. He's the beer batter of the game. Swinging at the first pitch, and it's fouled straight back. 0-1. So Nathan Witt lumbering through this top of the 5th inning. 6th batter he's faced. As that gets past the catcher off the backstop. It's going to have a play at third, but the throw is wide and in safely to third base with the headfirst dive is Bicheret. And that'll move Curiel up to second base on the wild pitch. So now runners at second and third. You lose your force out. As Baguette swings and misses. Make it 1-2. Nathan Witt trying to say, I'll do it myself. 2 on and 2 out. The 1-2. Outside corner, just a bit outside. Nathan Witt with the shake of the head, implying he thought he had the final out. So deuce is wild now. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs and 2 on. The pitch inside, run it full. So full count and 2 outs with first base open. The pitch. Let's do it again. The Utica Unicorns have already plated a run here in the home half of the 5th with 2 on and a full count. Fouled straight back. So let's do it again. A lengthy at-bat for Patrick Baggett. Full count, 2 on, 2 out. The pitch. Up the middle softly. Seltzer's there, gloves it and fires to first for out number 3. And Nathan Witt able to limit the damage to just the 1 run as Baggett is retired. 6-3. Last chance for the Woolly Mammoths. They're coming to bat next in the top of the 6th. Here trailing 5-1 at Jimmy John's Field. Last chance for the Westside Woolly Mammoths, trailing in this one by a score of 5-1 after the Utica Unicorns pushed across a run there in the home half of the 5th inning. But we move now to the top of the 6th. Last chance for the Westside Woolly Mammoths, and the Utica Unicorns 3 outs away from earning a split in this doubleheader as the Woolly Mammoths earned a victory 8-6 in the first contest, but in game number 2, it's been all Utica as they plated 2 runs in the first and really never looked back. 1 more in the second and a run in the 4th and a run in the 5th to make it 5-1. So leading off for the Westside Woolly Mammoths is Jordan Hussein, as he fouls this one back, and that makes it 1-1. Out of Houston, Texas. Batting 200 on the season entering tonight as he looks at ball number 2. The 2-1 rather misses, make it 3-1 to the second baseman, Jordan Hussein. That one's in there for a called strike, and the count is full. All kinds of action here at Jimmy John's Field, but don't forget we've got more action tomorrow on Sunday, Sesame Street Day. The full count pitch, grounded softly, foul. The Utica Unicorns nearly pulled off quite the comeback in game number 1 as the Woolly Mammoths opened up an 8-0 lead, and the final score was 8-6. But in game number 2, it's been a different story. Utica with the 5-1 lead. The pitch, swung on and missed, strike 3. Down goes Hussein for out number 1 here in the 6th. Flip the lineup card over to the top of the order. Alex Garbasic will bat with the bases empty and 1 out. And how about Tristan Harvin here? What a start it's been for him. Trying to go the distance in this 6th-inning game. 2 outs away from doing so. Just the leadoff double in the 2nd to Ward Hacklam, who eventually came around to score on the Fox Liam single. But other than that, not much offense, as this is poked out deep to left, had the home run distance, but it is foul. It goes off the Chevrolet Pavilion out there. So a charge put into one by Garbasic, but foul. And it's 1-2. Just a long strike. The 1-2 from Harvin. Upstairs, make it 2-2. Bases are empty. 2-2 with 1 out. From the windup. On the ground to third, Baggett fields it on a hop. Strong throw across the diamond for the out. And there are 2 away. 2 away, and the base is empty. Leads it up to Colby Seltzer. Oh for 2 on the day so far. But he is the Woolly Mammoths' last chance. On the ground, foul. And Tristan Harvin, you can see it in his eyes, see it in his demeanor. He's ready to close out this contest and put a W in the win column for the Utica Unicorns. Fouled straight back, make it 0-2. Oh and 2, 2 outs, 1 strike away. From the windup, outside, just missed for ball 1. The 1-2. Upstairs, make it 2-2. The 2-2 with 2 outs. On the ground, up the middle, funny hop off the mound. Curell is there across the diamond for the final out and put one in the win column for the Utica Unicorns. 5-1 the final, and they earn a split in this doubleheader. A complete game for Tristan Harvin, 6 innings strong, and he earns the win, making him 2-1 on the season. And it's a double-header split. Utica wins this one 5-1. The Westside Woolly Mammoths won the first game 8-6. So a split all around on Euchre night here from Jimmy John's Field. When it's all said and done, both teams get a win. Both teams suffer a setback, meaning the Westside Woolly Mammoths now 8-9 on the season, and the Utica Unicorns now 9-5 after the victory. Great day of baseball here at Jimmy John's Field. You can join us tomorrow on Sunday, beginning at 12:30 for the first pitch for Sesame Street Day on Sunday, and what sure is to be another beautiful day and fun afternoon from the ballpark here at Jimmy John's Field. Utica wins this one 5-1 after the complete game from Tristan Harvin to earn the win. What a job by the Utica Unicorns to fight back and get the win here. 5-1. For the Westside Woolly Mammoths, the Bats were alive in game number 1, but in game number 2, they were silenced to the tune of a 5-1 setback to the Westside Woolly Mammoths, or to the Utica Unicorns, rather, thanks to Tristan Harvin. But time now to go down to the field where Chelsea Cooper is standing by with one of the heroes of the game for the Utica Unicorns, Tristan Harvin. A complete game for him. Let's send it down to Chelsea, standing by with Tristan Harvin. And what an evening here at Jimmy John's Field. A doubleheader that resulted in a split between the Westside Woolly Mammoths and the Utica Unicorns. The Westside Woolly Mammoths get the win in game number 1, 8-6, and the Utica Unicorns end the night with a win, 5-1. What a time out here at Jimmy John's Field. And you can join us again tomorrow with first pitch at 12:30 on Sesame Street Day from Jimmy John's Field. For everybody working behind the scenes that make our broadcast work tonight, a sincere thank you goes out to everybody in the control room with the graphics and everything that makes this a comprehensive broadcast. Our executive producer, in fact, Kara Wolfbauer, and on the ones and twos. Want to thank everybody for tuning in. And once again, a split of a doubleheader between the Westside Woolly Mammoths and the Utica Unicorns. 8-6 Woolly Mammoths win the first one, Utica 5-1 in the second one. And we hope you'll join us tomorrow beginning at 12:30 from Jimmy John's Field. My name is Jake Rima. Thank you all so much for tuning in. And until next time, have a wonderful evening.
If I hit a home run, then you know what's going out of the park. Yeah, bases loaded, we ain't letting up. Scoring back to back, you can count it up. United we stand together, divided we fall. Ain't no turning back, we done came too far to turn around and have a seat now. We don't compare, cause we unicorns. Illuminate the dark with my uniform. Every time you see me stand up and salute me. It ain't no competition, not even from you. If I hit a home run, then you know what's going out of the park. Yeah, bases loaded, we ain't letting up. Scoring back to back, you can count it up. United we stand together, divided we fall. Ain't no turning back, we done came too far to turn around and have a seat now. We don't compare.